this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts for the inquiry into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. I would like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples as the traditional custodians of the country in which we meet today and pay my respect to their ancestors and elders past, present and future. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be with us here today, and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to lands, waters and seas. By way of introduction, I'm Brian Mitchell, Chair of the committee. I've got on the line Ms Libby Coker, who is the member for Corangamite in Victoria. She joins us by phone. Unfortunately, we couldn't make the video link today, so I'll just get you to say hello, Libby.
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. I now call the representative from Arts Access Victoria, Mix Artie Owens. Mix Owens, if you could just say your name for the Hansard record, please. Sorry, you're on mute. That's it.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah. Thank you.
Bless. My name's Artie Owens. Hello.
Hi, good morning. And I'm just looking for my words. Oh, yeah. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering any question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. I invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
Thank you. I'm calling in on Wurundjeri country today. My name's Artie Owens. I work at Arts Access in the youth programs. I've been asked to represent Arts Access because I've been working on free and inclusive and accessible music gigs. I also, sorry, I have a bunch of cats here, but we'll see how we go.
Perfectly fine. I've got four dogs and 3 cats at home.
Bless. Yeah. But also Arts Access has worked in the Victorian music industry as advocates as well as advising the industry. We've had research done, so the Music Makers Report, which I'm happy to send after this meeting. We also have other programs like Bandmates, which was pairing volunteers with disabled folk to go to gigs together. And the other program we had was Music Makers, which was a mentorship program for disabled folk as well. Yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you all.
All right, look, thanks very much for that. Now, according to Arts Access Australia, artists with disabilities earn considerably less than those without, and as we've heard previous evidence, it's not like artists without disabilities are earning squillions. I think artists with disabilities are earning something like 42% less than those without. What do you think are some of the most notable barriers for artists with disabilities in the live music industry?
Yeah, that's a big one. I'd say the most pressing barrier is the physical ones. So just being able to get into a venue, venues not having wheelchair accessible bathrooms, the lighting may be too intense or not bright enough. And things like for musicians to be able just to get onto the stage is hard, and, you know, quiet spaces. So that's sort of the biggest and most noticeable barrier. The other barriers also include, like with many other musicians, finance, having access to like the equipment, the programs, and the space to be able to create music, and also the barrier for for the hang on a second. I have a bunch of notes here, but we'll get there.
That's fine.
Yeah. So things like attitudinal, which is hard to really measure, but it's the feeling of not belonging when you go into a space.
Yeah.
And it starts with those physical barriers. So it's clear that this space isn't made for you because there's no ramp, the lights are too bright, or there's flashing lights.
Yeah.
The music's not adjustable. So the sound levels as well. And then in that sense, they don't have a sense of a place to go to create that community, so they feel isolated from that community.
Are there any venues or promoters, or is anybody doing it better than others that you can point to who other venues could learn from? Are there any particular venues? Yeah, I mean, who would be doing it best, do you think? Who's a good exemplar?
Yeah, so recently we awarded a grant to Mama Chen's in Footscray.
Yep.
And they remodeled the venue. So they got rid of their kitchen and put in a accessible bathroom. They've got a ramp. They've got noise dampeners. So they're really trying their best. And they've also got a live streaming system for those who can't leave the house, so they can still feel included in the music industry. So I think that's a really good place to look at and be like, that's doing it well. Also, the music market in Collingwood, they've got a lot of access features built in, including a hearing loop, as well as screens so people can view live captions if they need to. And they've also got a nice green room.
And amongst people with disabilities that you deal with, what are they saying to you about those two venues in particular? What difference has that made to their sense of inclusion?
I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is when we do put on an accessible gig. So we did one at Music Market and we did one at the Channel at Art Centre Melbourne, and we're about to do one at Mama Chen's. We do get such positive feedback and feel like I'd have to get all my quotes up for you, but there's that sense of that inclusion, and that they've never, like for the disabled artists, they've never had their needs met before. Yeah. So things like for promoters to ask for their access requirements, to get an access rider from them, and to take them seriously and not dismiss them. I think for a lot of artists that was a new experience for them, which is quite unfortunate.
Now, I've got Ms. Coker on the line, and I know she's got difficulty with perhaps asking questions. But Libby, are you able to? Do you have any questions at all? No, she's listening in, but she's not able to. I think she's on the road.
Sure thing.
Can I? I've got. You talked about the venues and the issues with the venues. Are the structures in place at a government level or at a council level to address those issues of, ramps and toilet accessibility and staging and that? Because we've certainly got laws about accessibility within buildings and residential buildings, but what needs to be done at that sort of planning and signing off level of government to ensure that these venues are up to spec?
I think a lot of these venues, they're not opposing to these access requirements. They're not opposing to having their venues be more accessible. It's just the fact that they don't have the resources or the knowledge to do it. It's a legal requirement to have venues be accessible, that from my understanding. But there's things like public transport, for example, which is still a work in progress. So I do I do see the need and the drive, but I think that there needs to be support to do those things.
And there's a legal requirement for access to buildings, but that doesn't necessarily extend to legal access to accessibility for a stage or that sort of thing. So are the networks in place or able to be put in place to ensure that people with disabilities and advocates like Arts Access Victoria, do you have the pathways to talk to the right people to get these sort of things happening? What more needs to be done there to ensure that you can talk to the right people to get things done?
That is an interesting question. I mean, we had a grant system recently. I'm just trying to get it up, called Making Space, and that was for arts organisations to. So they applied to make their venues or even their digital spaces more accessible. So we had a lot of applications. Like, it was a really popular grant. So like, that's where I'm saying where the drive is coming from. And we can, like, as an organization, we can share our knowledge and we can talk to people as much as we can, and they are wanting to do it. It's just the finance and the support to do it. I'm not sure if I've answered your question. If you want, you can rephrase your question or repeat it to me.
That's okay. We can move on.
Yeah.
That's fine. I guess what we're trying to do in this inquiry is just make sure live music has a strong future in Australia. And I think it's terrific that you've come forward to put the view of arts access to make sure people with disabilities and artists with disabilities are included in that conversation. We've talked a bit about some of the barriers in terms of physical limitations. We've touched on the issue of attitudes, and I think that's much harder to deal with, I think, but definitely there. I think you're right, that if a space doesn't look like it's meant to be there for you, you don't feel included. But the difficulty, I guess, is for us as policymakers is in coming up with the solutions, and that's why we need to talk to people like yourself. So what do you think are some of the solutions to these barriers? You're here talking to a politician. One of my jobs is to try and help make laws for this country. What do you want to see happen at my end to improve things at your end?
Incredible. Just for context, I'm neurodivergent, so sometimes it does take me a while to process information. So I appreciate you taking the time. I can honestly say that policy-wise, I'm really not sure. I only know from my point of view what I see on the ground, which is the barriers. I see venues trying their hardest. I see, disabled musicians unable to have a start. And I see, I see people feeling isolated and not able to create community in these spaces. And I think there is, I did speak that there is a big, appetite for accessible spaces and to include more people. And then I didn't quite touch on the fact that the appetite's there, but there is some sort of, fear to engage in these spaces, fear that they're going to get it wrong.
Okay.
So I do think training and also, more awareness is really important. I think that changes the attitude as well, and then changes the practice. So, we get into the practice of access riders. But then the main issue I see is that there needs to be funding for these structural changes, as well as potentially, you know, having Auslan interpreters at gigs, and things like that. That's the sort of best I can give you at this moment. I can send some information after this meeting as well.
Sure. You touched on a music maker report. I think that would be helpful to see that. So we'd appreciate
absolutely.
that. Are you an artist yourself, Artie?
I am. Yeah.
Do you mind me asking just a little bit? You know, what is it that you do? What do you perform in, or?
Right. So I'm a writer, but I was also a musician, a disabled musician. Pre-2020, I think post-2020 things got a little too hard.
Because as a direct result of COVID, or?
Yeah. So there's a lot of people who still don't feel safe in those spaces too, sort of people who have low immunity.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And so that's why we try and live stream a lot of our events and try and make them free as well, because people are doing it a bit rough at the moment.
So people are performing in their home space and then just live streaming to friends, or?
Oh, we have, we'll set up a gig, so it'll be at a venue.
Yeah.
But then we'll also have a live stream so people can join online.
Okay.
And because for disabled folk, the online community is a very important space as well. And as we moved away from restrictions, they found that those online spaces started to fall apart or not as well maintained or forgotten about. So even gigs from people's lounge rooms were really good for our community.
Okay.
But yeah, we do at the venue.
And just the fact that you mentioned that, makes me remember that there are people with disabilities with significant immuno challenges, and that's I think a forgotten issue in this space. That here we all are getting back to inverted commas normal, but there's a significant portion of the community, elderly people with disabilities, who are immunocompromised, going, I don't feel safe in that sort of setting, and they're feeling isolated at home. Okay, that's really good to have that pointed out. That's quite interesting that you're saying that the gigs can be held in public, so people can go if they feel comfortable, but that people can enjoy those sorts of experiences from a home setting as well. That's just, a technology question, a sort of capital expenditure, that people have that ability to do it. So yeah, but interesting. That's really quite fascinating. Is there? What's the single most important thing we need to, that needs to be done to improve disability access to arts? What's the thing? What's the if there's one thing that you could pull out of the hat, what is it? Gosh,
you're testing me today. That's a big one. My gosh, there's so many things.
Or you can nominate as many as you like, but I like to try and just get down to the, if you had to choose the biggest, most important one,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there is a lot of things, but I think the most pressing is that physical, is just having those physical things in place, like the ramps, the accessible toilets, even Braille signage. I think that's really what's missing, and what really people want, disabled and non-disabled people. And, we're not talking just young people, we're talking about older people who, may benefit from a ramp rather than a set of stairs. So we don't want to exclude older people from the conversation, because they're still punters, they still like going out. So and then again, the awareness that really needs to happen. So the industry does want to engage, but they don't know how, and then they get afraid because they don't want to get it wrong. And just, so the awareness, not just for the physical, but also the invisible disabilities. And also, like I mentioned, the online spaces are really important, and tend to get forgotten about these days. A Oh, it's so hard. There's just so many.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Your cats have disappeared, which I'm really upset about because I like seeing them in the background. But
No, sorry.
that's okay. I had a question then. I've distracted myself. What difference does it make to people with disabilities to be able to enjoy live music in terms of their mental health? Just how are you able to perhaps use your own experience, but how important is live music in terms of mental health?
There's something, there's some like kind of rush or endorphins, and it's like, it's a beautiful experience, but it's also something you share with your friends. So, you're connecting with people, you're experiencing something new, you feel a part of a community. I don't know how to describe the sensation of listening to live music without sounding too artsy, but
Go for it.
It's beautiful. It's almost religious. And yeah, there's something really exciting about it. I was a punk musician, so for me it was like important self-expression as a musician to be able to do that and have bandmates. So that was a really important, what do you call it? Here we go. Routine.
Yeah.
And also like connected me with friends, and I was learning new things. I was creating in a collaborative space. It was really gorgeous.
And can I ask, has there been a counterfactual to that? Because you mentioned that since 2020 you sort of let your live music stuff fall away, or just because of the difficulties with COVID. Has that had a negative impact on your emotional and mental well-being, not doing those things?
I feel so I think there's also, like, post-COVID, there was some anxiety going back to those spaces.
Yeah.
Not just for the fear of getting sick again or fear of catching something, but it was the fact that we had not been in those live venues for so long that it was really overwhelming, and we didn't know how to, some of our social skills had gone downhill as well, which I think is a very common experience. So I think people are starting to get back into it. Well, people are for a long time starting to get back into it. I just want to backtrack a little bit and mention that another big barrier that I haven't really touched on is like the financial one that I'd like to add to that list of the big ones.
Yep, go for it.
The financial barriers. So like buying equipment, even just like going to a gig can be expensive. And, getting there as well, because the public transport's not always accessible.
Yeah.
So they have to catch an Uber. That's what I wanted to also add in.
Yeah. And people with disabilities have those challenges, those financial challenges in everyday life as well, of course, all those accessibility issues, which I imagine would be magnified here. I'm not sure what the response is at a policy level on that. But it's good to hear that, it certainly comes as no surprise that it's a challenge. Your beautiful cat's back in the background, so I'm happy now. Look, if there's anything else from you that you'd like to say?
Yeah, look, live music's great. It's fantastic. It's sort of really... It's really important in Australia. I think we have an excellent live music scene. I think we have incredible artists, and we have people who really want to make it work for everybody. And I see also that, there's also like there's just like things that with education and with training, things can start changing. You know, things like social expectations at gigs can be really challenging for people with autism and neurodivergent folk who, you know, don't know what to expect. Also, like sensory information, creating more relaxed gig environments as well. So, you know, crowded, sticky floors, which is, you know, really fun, but also a lot. So yeah, I think I've seen enormous change and enormous growth in just like my few years at Arts Access. So I'm really excited to see more.
All right, Addie. Look, thank you very much for making yourself available relatively early on a Friday. It's a bit mean that we've done that to you.
No, mate, I'm up at 6. It's so fine.
Thank you. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you'd like us to provide, and you've mentioned a couple of things, please forward them to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd of November 2024, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you are released and may go. Thank you very much for your testimony. See you.
Thanks so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Right, we'll go into a short break while we get our next witness on the line. Thumbs up. All right. I now call representatives of Support Act. By way of introduction, I'm Brian Mitchell, Chair of the committee, and I've got on the line Libby Coker, but she the member for Corangamite. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. My name's Clive Miller. I'm the CEO of Support Act.
Thank you, Mr Miller. As these proceedings are public, they're being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
All right. Well, listen, I thought I'd just start by telling you who I am, who Support Act is. So Support Act is the heart and mind of the Australian music industry. We provide crisis relief and mental health and wellbeing support to musicians, managers, crew and music workers across all genres of music who are in crisis or who are experiencing or are at risk of psychological distress. And we deliver that through short-term financial support, funeral support, mental health prevention, education and training programs and services for First Nations music workers. And we also have a service called the Support Act Wellbeing Helpline, which is a free phone counselling service that is available to anyone who works in music or the creative industries.
Fascinating. How long has Support Act been going for?
Support Act's been around since 1997, so we celebrated our 25th anniversary last year.
Okay, that's...
time flies.
I hear you. I didn't know, I must admit, I didn't know of your existence. I think it's a terrific sort of service to provide. What sort of increase have you seen, if any, in providing crisis support for those in the industry over the past few years? Are you able to sort of give a pre-COVID and post-COVID sort of synopsis at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that pre-COVID we were probably seeing about 350 people coming to us each year for crisis relief support, and that over COVID obviously increased dramatically. I think over the course of that 2-year period, we probably provided crisis relief to more than 11,000 music and creative industry workers or live performing arts workers over that period. And that was to a value of about $45 million over the period. So that was really a significant increase. A lot of funding provided by the federal government and also by state governments. And then things have settled down. We actually changed our criteria during that period to be able to deliver support to people that were in financial, who were struggling financially, which was, of course, everybody. Post-COVID, we've reverted to our more traditional criteria, which is that to obtain crisis relief support, you need to be injured, unwell, or have a complex mental health issue, or be experiencing some other crisis, such as a natural disaster, that is preventing you from working in music.
Okay, all right.
So, there's been a peak, and I guess we've settled down to a level of normality since then. But one of the new services that we introduced in 2018 was our Support Act Wellbeing Helpline. So there was, over, I guess, the course of many years, an increasingly vocal discussion just about the impact that mental health or mental ill health was having on people that worked in the industry. And so in response to that, we established the Healthline in 2018. And I thought it'd be useful just to share the results of a survey that we did this year. It was our Support Act Mental Health and Wellbeing in Music and the Creative Industry Survey for 2024. So if that's of interest, I might share some of the results of that. So we released the report in October. It was prepared by the Centre for Social Impact at Swinburne University with support from Entertainment Assist. And it builds on the last survey that we did in 2022. And we asked our 1,500 respondents to tell us about their biggest challenges working in the sector. And 68% said the cost of living, perhaps not unsurprisingly. Another 57% said the low level of income from working in the creative industries. And perhaps as a subset of that, 20% of the total reported a total annual income that sits below the poverty line for a single working person. 52% said burnout and fatigue. 43% said job insecurity and also the lack of opportunities due to external impacts like venue closures and festival cancellations. And I'm sure you've heard a lot about that from some of the other people that you've been talking to. And 43% said the high cost of doing business. So that's things like production labour, compliance and so forth. And that's been a huge issue, as I'm sure you've heard, especially in a post-COVID environment. The report also found elevated psychological distress among music and creative arts workers, with over half of the survey participants, around about 54%, reporting high or very high levels of psychological distress. Now, the good news is that there's actually been a reduction since our 2022 survey, when it was 66% of respondents reporting elevated levels of psychological distress. So while there's been an improvement, it's actually really worth noting that that's still about 4 times higher than the general population, which sits around about 15%.
Thank you for that. That's really, really good information to get. You mentioned there was a 2022 survey. So are these done every 2 years as a matter of course? So there's a consistent longitudinal sort of pathway here in terms of information gathering?
Yes, that's certainly our intention going forward. There are a couple of surveys, landmark surveys, that were done in 2016 that I guess set the agenda for discussions around mental health and wellbeing in music and across the creative industries. Then we introduced our survey in 2022, and it will now be a biannual survey.
Okay. And sorry to be a bit of a nerd on this, but do you have an age breakdown of respondents? Because the live music industry, the people we tend to be in their post-40s and maybe 50s up. We haven't had heaps of young people talk to us. I'm just wondering whether, in terms of your survey response, what sort of age breakdown you've got there, which then sort of feeds into the interesting data about mental health.
Yeah, so 19% were between 16 and 34, but around about 60 were between 35 and 64.
Okay, and of the 1,500 that you surveyed, are they are they self-generated participants where they respond to an invite to be surveyed, or is there some sort of random selection criteria?
Look, we just put it out across. We go to certainly our service users, so we've got a base there of, as I mentioned before, probably 11,000, 12,000 people that we go to. But then we worked with a lot of other peak bodies from across different industries and asked them to go out to all of their members as well.
Yep.
So it was really just put out to the universe, and we waited to see who would respond.
Look, and don't get me wrong, I'm not making any judgment. But I find from my own experiences in trying to survey voters, you sort of get different data sets from people who are actively, who are engaged enough to want to participate or to respond to an invitation to participate, compared to those who would rather not participate, but because they've been randomly selected, they sort of feel they have to. You get different points of information. So how somebody else would then extrapolate what to do with that, I don't know. That's just my experience. But look, I think it's I can't understate how important I think the work you're doing is in this sector. I mean, it's notoriously low paid, notoriously casualised and insecure, and that comes with a whole sense of financial and mental insecurities. So the work you're doing is, I think, incredibly important. You touched on federal and state funding. Do you mind me asking, what is your secure funding pathways?
No, not at all. So we have been lucky, I guess, since COVID. We have established some really strong relationships with the Australian government, and we receive funding through Creative Workplaces, which is a part of Creative Australia. So that we have a 2-year funding agreement with them with a 2-year option, which I very much hope they will take up. And then we have similar agreements with the Government of New South Wales and the Government of Victoria. So that's actually given us, a level of security that we have not had previously. The rest of the funding is what we raise through our appeals, through our fundraising campaigns. You can see I'm deliberately wearing today my Oz Music T-shirt Day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm familiar with the Oz Music T-shirt Day. And so funding from Oz Music T-shirt Day goes to your group?
It does. So that's our campaign.
Okay.
It's a big, significant, not only a celebration of Australian music, across the industry and across the country.
Oh, look, MPs love taking part in Oz Music T-shirt Day. I don't wear T-shirts myself. I'm not the frame for it. They don't come in super chunky. But
they probably do, Brian.
That's right. But look, the interesting thing there, from a marketing point of view, is I'm well aware of Oz Music T-shirt Day. I had no idea it went to your group. So that's I'm very pleased about that. Look, is there? You touched on in the survey about cost of living obviously being the big one, and I'm not sure there's much our inquiry can do on that. But we're seeking to make sure there's a strong future for live music in the country. And I guess if more artists were confident that there was a strong future for live music in the country, then that would make their lives a bit easier. Do you have a view on how we might get there?
Well, look, I think there's a range of things. So just with our report, some of the conclusions, I suppose, were that there's a continued need for systemic and practical changes, including greater financial support and coordinated efforts across the creative industries to improve working conditions and to increase work opportunities for creative workers. And one of the other things that came through from the report was, I guess, making music and creative workers feel valued. That you might be aware there was certainly some question during COVID whether creative industries workers were in fact considered workers under some of the criteria used at the time.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really important issue. People talk about the need for a universal basic income for eligible artists to just address those issues of appropriate remuneration. So I think there are more things that can be done or can be certainly explored when it comes to how we want to support our creative workers and our musicians in particular. Certainly, the report also indicated a continuing need for services and supports for mental health and wellbeing that respond to the needs of creative workers and that they know about and can access, and that are not limited by short duration or lack of affordability. So I guess from our end, they're probably some of the things that we would like to see. But I'm imagining that you have also, I had a look at some of the submissions from other people that are contributing to this inquiry, and I think that it is a question, I suppose, of just helping people to understand or helping to create sustainable career paths for people who work in music. And I guess that comes maybe with certainly more, as much regulatory support as there can be. And I know that there are some really good things that are happening at the moment. I think the Revive policy that the government launched at the beginning of, was it last year or the year before? I as I indicated earlier, the years fly by. I find it hard to remember something.
They certainly do fly by. Yeah.
But anyway, it's done a couple of really fantastic, great things. It's Creative Australia and Music Australia, and that's contributing creative workplaces, and really committed some significant funding to support a whole range of initiatives that support the industry. So yeah. I think that is really, really important. It's identified the importance of putting a focus on First Nations artists and their stories, which of course is really fantastic as well. We've got at a state level, Sound New South Wales, and there's Creative Victoria, and other states have their bodies as well that I think are doing great work. I think that probably addressing some of the regulation that exists when it comes to things like venues, and there's great work, I think, being done by the New South Wales government at the moment, looking at how that they can create dedicated entertainment precincts and really encourage and support live music in those places. I think those are really important initiatives as well. And probably in a festival kind of context, I know that they've been hit with a whole range of challenges, which of course then there's a knockdown, a flow-on effect to everybody else as well when it comes to employment, security of employment, and just the opportunity to be able to work. And a lot of those are related to things like compliance costs and insurance costs and those sorts of things. So I think there's a range of things that probably can and should be done or continue to be done that really just support the industry, but in practical ways that enable the industry to be sustainable. And then hopefully when people, gives the opportunity for young artists to play, to hone their craft, to build audiences, and to get those followings, which are so important when it then comes to airplay or the number of streams that they get or the number of followers they can get on social media and all of those sorts of things, which are now, the metrics that people use to gauge success.
Well, so, just quickly, just because you touched on the issue of, and I'm not really sure it goes to live music necessarily, but it is an issue that comes up frequently, is the changing nature of how artists make their money. It used to be they'd chuck out an album and then they would go on tour, and the tour would be a lost leader for the album sales where they make the money, and that's now switched. They don't make money off albums anymore because everything's streamed. So they go on tour to make money, but of course the tours were never designed to make money previously, so it's very, very hard to generate a profit by going on tour unless you're a massive artist. Given that the shift has gone on to streamers, Spotify and others, and artists are only getting a minuscule fraction of the revenue being generated, is there a role there? What role do you think there is for governments, if any, in setting some ground rules as to what percentages perhaps artists should be getting from those sorts of services, or do you think it should be just let market forces determine it?
Yeah, that's a bit out of my scope, I think, but I would imagine that. Certainly, I guess the good news is that I think I read somewhere during the course of this year that probably 50% of artists that are now being streamed on some of those platforms are kind of independent artists and within the context of Australia, independent Australian artists. So I guess, that's positive, and those platforms themselves, other platforms, I guess, would also say they play a critical role in breaking new music and in discoverability. I don't have a particular view on that, but certainly the more people can be paid, obviously, the better.
Okay, thank you. Look, perhaps going to your survey or from other information you've gathered, is there any category of worker in the music ecosystem who is more impacted than others by issues such as, I'm particularly concerned about mental and emotional health. I guess in the context of your organisation, Support Act, what sort of categories are you coming across more often than others?
Look, I think that probably what I would say there is that probably some of the more marginalised elements of the music industry experience higher levels of psychological distress. So I think women do overall, and also I'm thinking of LGBTQIA+. I think we had probably around about a 27% response rate to our survey from that sector, and
can I potentially get myself into trouble here? But I will ask the question, because LGBTIQA is a broad category now. Are you able to offer any insight into whether a particular subset of LGBTIQA is coming forward more? I mean, are we gay and lesbian men and women? If we excise those from that group, are people who are transgender or non-binary, are they coming forward in a bigger subset of people presenting with issues as opposed to gay and lesbian people, for example?
I don't have that sort of data from our survey, but I think I would say anecdotally that trans people and non-binary people are probably impacted at higher levels within that cohort. But that's just probably more of a gut feeling rather than anything that I can back up with evidence here.
Thank you. No, I just thought that was. Again, anecdotal from me as well, but that was just my gut feeling. Look, is there any... I'll ask the standout for me, which is what's the single most important thing we need to do as legislators and policymakers to address some of the key issues you're finding via Support Act? What's one or two big things we could do to make your life easier, or to make the people you represent easier?
Well, look, I'm probably going to be a little bit self-interested in the sense that just highlighting again just the need for those services and supports for mental health and wellbeing that we provide. I think that in fact, one thing that we've just started doing the last month or so is providing psychologists and social workers and welfare officers in partnership with a sister organisation of ours, Crew Care, backstage at some of the big stadium shows. And that has, I think that's a really groundbreaking development, because I'm sure you understand or can appreciate just, the high pressure environment that exists in those big, stadium shows, and probably, on tours in general. But the pressure for all of those backstage people, whether they're, the riggers or the lighting techs or the security people or the promoters themselves, it's a high pressure environment, and us being able to just be there and be able to kind of walk and talk with those staff if they find themselves feeling stressed out and just needing to take a break. Being able to provide that support if they need more, if they need a more in-depth kind of consultation, then we're able to provide that as well. I think it's such a significant breakthrough, and really will contribute just, I think, supporting the mental health and well-being of people at work in this industry, recognising that artists as well. I mean, if people are passionate about what they do, they put themselves on the line, they expose themselves often emotionally, they're I guess at the mercy of the public response and all of that kind of stuff. So I think just recognising that there is a really important and ongoing need to be able to support them through things like the helpline and the other programs and services that we do. From a government point of view, I think really looking at this idea of remuneration is incredibly important. That idea of a universal basic income, I know, has been explored by governments in different parts of the world and implemented with I think a fairly high level of success. So I know one thing the government does already is make sure that anybody that they employ gets a minimum fee, which other organisations, even Support Act, replicate as well. And then I think a lot of it is around sort of, regulation and compliance, really supporting the industry, not so much with handouts, but I guess looking at just the kind of systemic supports that can be made that really enable the industry to flourish without the unnecessary burden of costs or compliance that as we've seen, are making things economically impossible for some businesses to survive.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Coker and I have been joined by Ms. Susan Templeman, who's the Arts Envoy. And Susan, I'll put you on the spot. Do you have any questions of Mr. Miller?
Look, I do, but I apologise, Mr. Miller, that I didn't hear the start of your evidence. And I'm not sure if this question has been asked, but what I was really interested to explore was the role that live music plays in the overall economic stability of a musician or crew and all the different people that you support and interact with. And I'm not sure whether that has already been covered, Chair, or... But Mr. Miller, if there's anything you'd like to add on top of what you've said, because it just feels to me that we know we've got the way the music world has worked has changed so dramatically from when I was listening to Cold Chisel or in a pub, somewhere in Sydney, compared to now. But I have a son who's a musician, and I can just see the live stuff is really key to driving the other stream. So I'm just interested in trying to get it into perspective about why live music might matter.
Well, I think we did chat about this a little bit earlier, but I think just with the changing dynamic of the music industry, so when you and I were listening to Cold Chisel all those years ago, Cold Chisel would have had a record deal, and they would have got advances from that record deal against sales, and being Cold Chisel, they would have made a lot of sales, and that would have been a very important revenue stream for them. That really just doesn't exist in the modern world. So, I mean, I do hear that albums are vinyl's making a comeback, and is an important part, I guess, of the suite of products that people put out now when they release something. But it doesn't sustain people perhaps in the way that it used to. And so live music and merchandise are now just the really, really important revenue streams. And so it's critical that people can play live. But the comment that I would make is that, we have to really, and I touched on this earlier, but I just think it's really important that we're supporting venues to be able to put on live music. Again, perhaps, I'm not sure it's always right to hark back to our youth, but I'm going to. We used to go and see all of those bands in, pubs and clubs. And for a variety of reasons, I'm not sure that that's really happening as much as it used to. And perhaps that business model has changed, but it would be good to support venues as much as we can. And that I was saying a bit earlier, I think that what's happening in New South Wales is really great with just looking at, I think I saw something yesterday where if a venue puts on live music, then it gets like an 80% reduction in the cost of its liquor license or something. Don't quote me on that, but it was, something along those lines. Incentives to encourage people to put live music back into venues, to support live music venues in terms of compliance, making sure that they're not exceeding noise levels and creating disruption where they are, creating entertainment precincts and things like that. I just feel that, it's really important to get back to the grassroots of having venues where bands play, and then they can build their audiences, they can build their social media profiles, they can do the things that they need to do to build those revenue streams that are important today. And of course, being able to go and play live is just really critical. And that doesn't matter if you're a band starting out, a mid-level band, or if your Cultures are on their 50th anniversary tour.
Now, of course, this month I'm going to be asking members of Parliament to support Oz Music T-shirt Day.
Thank you very much.
We encourage people to bring a T-shirt, do a photo, post about it, encourage people to go and donate. And in terms of the funds that you have, are you seeing a seasonal movement? And I'm just curious that I'm seeing coming into summer a lot of touring and a lot of events happening, but my guess is it's not the same through winter months. So as you support people, do you see that the seasons make a difference in terms of where there might be people deriving income from live events, or is there no pattern that helps give any analysis to that?
Our support at the moment, Susan, is for people coming to us for crisis relief, which is short-term financial support. That's on the basis of people being injured, unwell, or having a complex mental health issue, or experiencing some other crisis that's preventing them from being able to work in music. So that's fairly constant throughout the year. The mental health support that we, I guess, primarily measure by people who contact the Support Act Wellbeing Helpline, that's just continuing to increase. So we're probably seeing levels of people accessing the helpline that are equivalent now to what they were at the end of or during COVID, at the height of COVID. So that is, it could be just the factor of more people knowing about it and taking advantage of the service. And that's positive if that's what it is. But, we are seeing sustained kind of growth in that area and more people accessing the service. It may, again, be because it's very hard to access, or for some people to be able to afford to see a psychologist in person. So again, the helpline is a really important alternative there. But those sorts of issues, and again, anxiety, depression, career concerns, burnout, that sort of stuff. I can't say if it's seasonal. I'll just say there's a lot around.
Well, and I think you guys have done a terrific job in destigmatising the issue for people seeking help, and you've really set yourselves up as a go-to place for our creatives. So thank you very much for that.
All right.
Well, thank you for your support, because we couldn't do that without you.
Thank you, is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Miller, before we let you go?
Look, I was just going to say, and probably just to Susan's point there, one of the other things that we also deliver, and this is across the board, we have a mentally healthy workplaces program, which features a suite of industry-specific workshops and training sessions designed to promote mental health awareness, psychological safety, and positive cultural change to help create a safe and thriving music industry for all. And, that's another really important program, because that enables us to reach out to people that work in venues, or people that work in production companies or management companies, labels and so forth. And probably just to give credit where credit is due, there is such a lot of positive work to change what I think traditionally was the sex, drugs and rock and roll kind of lifestyle, and all of the baggage that came with that. We're seeing, I think, a much healthier and more professional approach to people working in music, which I think is beneficial and safer for everybody. And from Support Act's point of view, it's just great to be able to make a contribution towards
Just
that.
on that note, I was listening to FM radio yesterday, and they in Canberra, and they had Kid Leroy on, and the host were talking about what he does backstage, and he was saying he's given away he used to have Oreos and all the sort of monster drinks and those sorts of things, and it's all he didn't quite say quinoa, but it's like green smoothies and healthy food, and the DJs are pretty disgusted. You know, he goes, "Oh no, you got to look after your body and soul on the road. It's a really hard going." And I thought, wow, this is what is he, 22 or something? Amazing, yeah. Just a different approach, such a healthy approach. Look, Mr. Miller, thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there is anything else you'd like to provide, please forward this to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd November 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you are released and free to go and get on with your day on this beautiful Friday. The committee is now suspended for a short break, and we will resume at 10:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're open, no, we're still open. So I now call representative of the Contemporary Music Victoria, in brackets Music Victoria. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Simone Schinkel and I am the CEO of Music Victoria.
Thank you, Ms Schinkel. As these proceedings are public, they're being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. Before inviting you to make an opening statement, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Brian Mitchell, Member for Lyons and the Chair of the committee, and I'm joined by...
Susan Templeman, Member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
And we may have other members join us intermittently, but we'll take that by ear. We invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
I don't have an opening statement this time other than just to thank you for this second opportunity. I know that I was brought back based on a number of items that the committee was interested to know more about, so happy to just answer those questions I have prepared for them.
Oh, lovely. Look, thanks so much. It has been a busy inquiry and we've had a number of witnesses who have come back to us to follow up with some of the developments that have been occurring. So thank you so much for that. Now, you're delivering the first round of the Live Music Festivals Fund and the Victorian Gig Fund for the Victorian Government. Just wondering how that's all going.
Yeah, so firstly, as a Victorian Government program, there may be limitations on what I can directly contribute,
right.
But Creative Victoria are aware of our presentation today and are happy for me to also take, more details on notice that they can respond to themselves. That can be shared with the committee. But what I can share is that, initially our tagline for the Festivals Fund is keeping what we've got going on going ahead. The slow ticket sales and last minute buying behaviour of consumers is just something that is of concern and not yet built into our models of operating. So while we adapt to new consumer requirements, we've seen this as a supporting mechanism to make sure that those events could keep going forward. So yes, we are delivering it on behalf of the Victorian Government, and that's through the Community Support Fund and Creative Victoria. So really just trying to support the economic stability of ticketed contemporary music festivals in Victoria. The first round has been open for eligibility for anything that had a capacity of 1,000 and above with no upper limit. We were very clear in this program to not be looking for new festivals to be created for the sake of new, but really looking at supporting ones that were being run by established and experienced Victorian festival organisers, the ones who had a proven track record. Now, we were open to people shutting down one festival and starting a different one that was perhaps more suited to the current dynamics, but we didn't just want new ideas from new kids on the block. Yep. It is about sustaining what's already there, because we have also seen an explosion of festivals take off over the last little while, which has been very exciting, but now in this mode of what's sustainable. So through the fund, contribute to the viability of the supported festivals, and provide opportunities for our artists to earn income and obviously connect with their audiences, and really provide work for skilled event businesses across the ecosystem and supply chain. There's so many parts that come into play when putting on a festival, and if we lose that experience or lose that whole ecology, it would be very sad.
So can I ask you, how much is the round budgeted for? Structurally, how does the funding work? What is it that people apply for? Do they apply just for we're putting on a festival, we need support, does the fund specific elements of a festival? Because one of the concerns that we've had through the inquiry is that current funding subsidies and government grants, they go to the promoters, but the artists aren't ending up with much of it, if any. Could you just step through for us the structure of the funding? And you're saying the round's open. What sort of interest are you getting? What are you expecting?
This is probably worthy of a document in and of itself, which I'd be happy to supply as well.
Lovely, that'd be great.
We've got guidelines for the first round. It was open from April to the 17th of May, and for festivals from the 1st of July to the 30th of September. It's currently being rolled out. The maximum each festival could apply for was 50 grand per round. Obviously, it could be promoters that were applying, but also anyone who was the organiser, I guess, the lead role, just needing them to have delivered and show proof of having done 2 festivals that were viable or had a sound revenue generating model, I think is what was important. So this was commercially focused rather than, look, there's so many amazing festivals out there, but that it's not, commercial success is not their core priority. So I think it's just worth being as specific as we can when putting together guidelines. Festival is a very big term, so knowing exactly what we're trying to achieve within that. We did make some exclusions, obviously trying to avoid double dipping, but at the same time, if the funding is being used to support a different area of the festival, then we didn't see that as a negative. We just didn't want 2 people paying for the same thing, which I think is enough. And also trying to make sure that people were, contributing back. So making sure that there were appropriate music licenses and permits and insurances and all the things that make a good operator were in place.
So up to 50,000 per application.
Yep.
How much money is rolled out the door?
I'd have to go back because we got a bonus extra amount. So it was oversubscribed than what we anticipated. I feel like it was in excess of 100. Sorry, I don't have that right in front of me. Applications, and just trying to always maintain that sort of minimum of 20% success rate, I think is really important for people putting in the time and effort to make applications.
Yeah.
The funding could go to artists, marketing, travel, production, operations, access costs. We were not prescriptive in that. But because it was, I believe, an election commitment that mentioned the 50K per festival, we did work backwards from that and made the total for whatever you wanted to spend it on 47. But we did say that the final 3 had to be dedicated to accessibility initiatives, just because we know that that's not prioritised in the normal course of business. So that is a priority both of Music Victoria in our strategic plan as well as the Victorian government and their creative state, and making sure these experiences are for all Victorians. We did not limit how many festivals an individual applicant could apply for, because also the roles people play. So it was per festival rather than who was the overarching organisation. And one final thing that you might be interested in is that we did mandate that all musicians performing at the supported festivals had to be paid the $250 minimum per person.
Good to hear.
Which isn't easy to mandate or to embrace into such a tight climate. But we thought it was really important to, when having the opportunity of a government investment to support festivals and their viability, to try and lift everyone up along with that and to make sure that that money is trickling through, because as you identified, it hasn't always been. You
won't get any arguments from these members on the panel. Just a couple of things. We met this morning with Arts Access Victoria, and I'm sure that they'd be very pleased to hear the minimum requirements there for accessibility issues. But so you mentioned just ballpark, more than 100 applications, 1/5 of those you'd like to try and approve. So that, if my back of the napkin maths is right, that's $2 million. Is that about right?
I just want to... I have this data. It's not totally far away.
And why are you gathering that? So whatever the dollar figure amount ends up being in terms of what the government investment has been through this fund, have any calculations been done yet, or is it too soon to sort of extrapolate what the boost has been at the back end? Like what do they call it? You invest $1 and you get back $5, whatever. The multiplier effect. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in the midst of delivery, but we are starting to do that work because we are hoping to roll out round 2 early next year. So just taking all our learnings on board. But what was exciting, I think we supported... It's been announced. I'll just get the accurate figures, I think I prefer. But the total funding for the activity...
I'll save you the trouble. I mean,
$2 million.
if you provide that on note, we can just get that off you later on in writing. Thanks, Simone. Ms. Templeman.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much for allowing us to dig a bit deeper. You talked about looking at whether festivals have a sound revenue-generating model. What other sorts of things that you think can be demonstrated that indicate that for a festival?
So that was a priority, I guess, of this particular funding.
Yeah.
And so I think that's worth just being aware of when making initiatives. What are you trying to achieve, and how do you build it to make that work? But yeah, there are many reasons to put on a festival. There are so many great ones that are opportunities and participation and community building and identity forming. But for commercially viable music, contemporary music is really what our focus was.
And when you were making that assessment, were there some things that you went, these are some really good things that we see that are giving us the sense that it will have a good ability to generate revenue? Is it beyond just ticket price and bums on seats?
It really is tickets, ultimately, is what we were focused on in this iteration. Sponsorship, obviously, support, community support in terms of local funders and investors and donors. But yes, it was a very financially based evaluation for viability. I think in this space, we want to support you through a difficult time rather than be underwriting it because you are contributing cultural significance, participation opportunities, things like that. Like, it's just a different priority model for this moment.
Can I ask you about the Victorian Gig Fund, which my understanding is that there were $10,000 grants for artists' fees for eligible live music venues. Am I understanding that accurately?
Yes.
And so what I'm interested in is the experience of that, and whether recipients have continued programming music beyond the grants program, and it was like a kickstart to it, and a sort of a pathway back to self-sustaining, or whether they're no longer doing it, and say they require ongoing subsidies in order to do that. So I'm just interested in what you've seen.
You're so much further ahead than we are. We haven't made those determinations just yet because they're still just started being delivered from the 1st of July. But it was about filling the venues we have in Victoria with Victorian talent. And I spoke last time about having opportunities for discoverability of local content. And so this definitely speaks to that, not in a streaming platform or a recorded music, but in the live music space. So it was designed to enable licensed music venues to provide Victorian musicians with paid performance opportunities. Again, there was a definition around licensed music venues, and I think that is also just putting boundaries around how many people we can accept applications for, how do we veto them, how do we know that they're eligible. But there's a very good case to say that is perhaps an outdated way of viewing live music and where it takes place. But it is also about the scale and capacity of either the government or Music Victoria to roll out programs like this. I know that we always want to fund artists directly to put on their shows and do that work. Paying out 10,000 gigs to all the individuals is perhaps not a good admin fee. Like, the admin fee to do that would take off the money that's actually being pumped into the sector. So there's a lot of difficult decisions that have to be made. And I think it's balancing a lot of competing priorities to ultimately achieve the best case scenario given all those constraints. But yeah, we were looking at any venues with a capacity between 50 people and 1,200. And it was about providing direct support and employment pathways to artists, musicians and event workers, really to allow them to engage audience and communities with local live music, and support kind of opportunities, particularly where those opportunities might be limited. It really was, the way it was structured is just best suited for a promoter model, which isn't actually how most of the high-profile live music venues that would spring to mind generally operate. They don't have a lot of music expenses that go through their books. They are hospitality venues that do live music programming. So I think we probably suffered from a mixed messaging just around, we needed to support venues who are also within our remit of Music Victoria. We hoped that this would indirectly support them, but I think it's to be clear that this was not about providing venues with covering their overheads, which have gone through the roof. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's very hard to run a venue that used to be able to be subsidised with good beer and wine and food sales, and we're just not seeing that from consumers these days. So there is perhaps some work to be done on pivoting that model, and we've had those discussions with PwC to see what might be an alternative model. But yeah, we have been the live music industry venue in venues putting on gigs has been subsidised by alcohol sales throughout history. Whether that can continue into the future is unclear, but not very likely. Hopefully it's just a blip in the ocean, but it's also good for our health perhaps to not be drinking as much. So what is the new thing that can subsidise that? And we touched on this briefly in the past presentation. That could be government funding, it could be food, it could be diversifying your business model, having an upstairs and a downstairs that do different things, maybe a TV in the corner. And there are people exploring that, but there are also some really fantastic dedicated live music venues that are unable to pivot and will need help. This was not to support them, and that still needs to be addressed, but this was about getting artists paid well and putting on music in a time when that was hard to do. So still really excited by that. And we have seen a lot of matched kind of funding to make this possible, because by also implementing the 250 minimum in this program has meant that perhaps the cost of putting on a gig has gone up for those who were using the promoter model. And so therefore, yeah, that's been a challenge, but they have stepped up to it, and there's been a really great sign of people who are already doing this and willing to invest, and now the artists are getting a better outcome as a result.
Can I ask you about some of the feedback we've had, I think since your first Music Victoria's first appearance, about some of the ideas people have had, and I apologise if I'm repeating one that you gave feedback on back then. One is the live music tax offset as proposed by APRA AMCOS, so that for those venues that you're talking about who do live music, there's actually a tax offset based on how much live music they put on. Is that something, like, it kind of fits into the argument you're or the situation you're explaining, to replace alcohol sales, as it were?
I haven't looked into it enough. On the surface, sounds great. I just want to know how much tax our venues are currently paying. And so whether I think it's also about perhaps cash flow and what comes first and what comes after. But yeah, some members who have looked into it in probably more detail than we have were worried that they were not paying enough tax to see the offset benefit. Mm-hmm. So until we see the details and understand how it might be implemented, I think it's a good idea that is worth further exploration, but just making sure we can pick up those independent small-time operators who are putting on great gigs as well.
Another that there's been certainly evolution on since we started this inquiry is a $1 levy on arena shows of more than 5,000 audience members to fund these local music venues and events. And that's more like it being an industry-driven surcharge, as it were.
Yes.
You like the sound of that one?
Yeah, from what we've heard from the ALNBC, and we have investigated that a little bit just through their leadership, that does sound like a fairly small indent that could make a big difference, I think. We also acknowledge that it's perhaps still going to fall to the big artists to cover those costs. It's not a fee that a promoter would absorb or anything like that. But even with that in mind, the most successful artists, we would hope, would be able to see the value and in investing in the up-and-comers in the next, who might be big.
Yeah. And the other one that there's been discussion about is the Culture Pass, providing young people with a voucher to attend live music or performing arts. I mean, there's been a variety of views expressed, but I'm just wondering if you've got a view on that, which would be a purely government funded enterprise.
Yes,
State government funded.
State, absolutely. Seems like a really great one for state government to fund.
Yes, so the Push obviously have done a lot of work in this space, and I do note that the committee was interested in some of the research we'd done with young Victorians, but I'm glad we haven't touched on it too much because I feel like it really has been surpassed since that time when it was done in July, August 23 and released in Feb 24. The Push have since done further investigation, which has come out with exactly that result. Our research probably was just to go, is this true, what we think is happening that is anecdotal? We just wanted some evidence of that, and we wanted localised evidence because we heard that it was happening in the UK. And so we definitely found out why they weren't going and confirmed that they weren't going, but we didn't go into how to solve it, which is what the Push has done, which is one of these cultural passes. At a state level, even across the creative industries, this is an idea of interest with the Arts Industry Council of Victoria, which is what Arts Access Victoria and Music Victoria are a part of as well. We can't fix all the problems all the time, so we are also looking at where can we make a big impact that will be lasting. And it feels like the first live music experience is so important for driving the industry's success and sustainability into the future and really generating that passion and live music fandom. So yes, if the barriers to engaging in music are about cost of living, rent, cost of doing business, that's the bit that we need to intervene in and support. And I think it will, though, come down to developing and co-designing with the sector what that looks like and how it's implemented. When we had the entertainment passes during COVID to try and kickstart, I mean, that's kind of where we got the idea from, but there were gaps. And so we've learned from that, and how do we make that work? So are there limits on whether it's a $300 ticket that you can buy, or it has to only be spent on $100 tickets and under? Like, we can direct people in the directions that we think need the most support. The most recent wild idea I've heard is a kind of tap-on, tap-off model for going to gigs, so you're just paying for the time. Not saying that I endorse that, but we did then overlay that with a cultural pass kind of model that said, all right, you got $500 to spend. You've got that in your back pocket like a public transport card to tap on and tap out throughout the year. Also trying to work with any sort of figure to make sure that it is scaled appropriately and maybe with a bit of an equity overlay, knowing that to access experiences in regional areas will cost more. And so can you cover travel costs in that cultural experience kind of pass, or is it just for tickets? So it's always in the detail, but I think the industry would be really keen to work through those sorts of details to make sure its impact is as effective as it can be.
Just one last question, if I may, Chair. We started this inquiry wondering what impact COVID had on behaviour, and looking at is that one of the cultural changes that is. Is that a hangover from COVID? And as we've gone through, we've seen all sorts of things have conspired to create this current set of circumstances that we face. And I'm just interested, I think your initial Perceptions Live Music report looked at 16 to 35. And I'm just wondering now if you have any reflections on the differences, because, that's a really wide age group and you're in really different stages at your life. And 35-year-olds did not have the experience of COVID that a 20-year-old had. And I'm just wondering, if we're thinking young people, certainly younger than all of us here, just how you'd think about those different age groups and where you think for future audiences and the priority needs to be.
So our survey was limited due to resources. We would have actually just not put an age limit bracket on it, ideally. But within those limitations, the anecdotal was we don't see the next generation turning up. Do you know what I mean? That was just what we were hearing. Now, some operators, particularly of festivals, I think we've always relied on such a young audience to keep them going and sustainable. Now, whether we keep trying to do that is an individual choice of festival operators. Some have leaned into the fact that they know their audience and their audience is ageing, but they know exactly what they want and they are thriving and it's doable, but it won't last forever. So that's a different perspective than we've perhaps had before, to go, we're going to ride this one out, and when we're no longer relevant, that's fine too. But what the new engagement with music looks like, I think, is what we want to unpack and explore. And I'm not young enough to have the answers, but I think we need to have young people engaging with it so that we can refine what those opportunities and experiences look like. I still want to go to the pub and see a gig. That's me. That will come back and people will still do that, especially when, we have more capacity in that kind of economic sense. It did take a while for people to get out there again. There was a surge after COVID. We all got very excited. And then, there's still a lot going on in the world that is perhaps impacting on us in ways we don't know, that sometimes we just want to hang out in our house. So noticing what impacts that has, though, as well on social cohesion, well-being, things like that, shouldn't be underestimated either. I don't know what the future looks like.
Thank you. And I just said to the Chair, I've actually got one more question. That I don't believe, I wasn't at the Victorian hearing, but looking at the transcript, I don't think I've missed this, and I'm not sure that you were asked it. And that's about music education. In thinking about what is Music Victoria's role or view in thinking about what happens in our public schools around educating kids to play instruments or engage with music. I'm just wondering where that might fit in the work that you do or the thinking that you have.
It's probably outside what we think of, just because of where it sits within government, how it's managed, how it's rolled out, who controls it. I've previously worked in the kind of dance performing arts sector. And so it was really interesting to see that crossover of, the number of kids that do ballet obviously has an impact on who goes to the ballet. So there's no denying those correlations. And I think we can look to other countries for evidence and proof of strong creative industries and cultural industries and their commitment to arts and culture in every part of their education system. But it's just simply not our area of expertise, other than saying, yes, the more you can engage from birth, the more we have engagement throughout our whole life.
And I'm just going to share one, since we've got a tiny bit of time. I'm a classical violinist, but it's been a very, very long time since I played the violin, or especially as part of an orchestra. But of course, we have a band here in the Parliament called the Left Right Out Band, and I play tambourine. And I've got to say, playing in a rock band for the first time in my life has certainly changed the way I'm listening to music. So I'm actually experiencing a sort of a shift in my priorities for listening to music because I am playing a tambourine.
There you go.
Well, and other percussion instruments and sometimes the keyboard in a band. So, yes, I think your comment about the more young people are playing it, the more likely they are, just as the more they're dancing in school, the more likely they're going to be open to going and seeing dance. So, yeah, thank you. You just triggered that thought.
This is, so beautiful and exciting, but it also doesn't need to be formalised lessons. Like, we know that that's a barrier to entry and there's a level of privilege that comes with that.
That's right.
So, there's a whole fun bit of rock and roll that is just picking up anything and figuring it out and learning how to play without being taught. That's quite empowering, identity forming, all those sorts of things. But I think arts and culture and music is everywhere, and the more we can recognise and value that in our society, the more well-placed we'll be. It doesn't have to be formalised structures within education, but if you can bring your kids along to the music that's going to be playing at the shopping centre down the road and they can experience that, I think it all adds up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Templeman. I've got a few, Ms. Schinkel as well. And just touching on that last issue, you mentioned other countries that, do this sort of holistic cultural immersion. Are there any that come to mind that we could take some lessons from in terms of engendering a love of culture and music in children at a young age? Are there any countries that come to mind that are doing it well?
I think we always look to Finland, okay. Exceptionally, but then for many things. Also, generally we just don't have the historical appreciation or even acceptance of our own past to be so valuing and appreciative. Like, you go to Europe and it's just a completely different ball game. So I think there's value in learning lessons, but there's such a different history that I think we also have to tailor that to our particular context. All right.
You mentioned very early on in your testimony that there'd been sort of an explosion of festivals, but your fund was very focused on the commercial ones. Can I just tease out, because I don't think I've heard before that there has been an explosion of festivals. Previously, throughout the inquiry, it's all been a bit downbeat, to be honest, about, not entirely downbeat. Some people are very positive, but to hear that there are festivals blooming is encouraging. What sort of festivals are we talking about? Are we talking about little tiny folk festivals? Are they geared towards particular demographics? Where are they? Yeah.
Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough in my earlier statement. I think governments, societies have been encouraging the development of festivals over the past 10 years. So where we were 10 years ago and where we are, 4 years ago,
yeah.
Over that period there's been an explosion and there's just new ones probably, so now we have a lot. Are we able to sustain that many is the question.
Right.
And in this climate, is that what we're trying to achieve? I think is what we said. Yes, we have good people doing good work. let's make sure they don't exit the industry and we go back to the starting point, rather than, we don't mind if you pivot and change and mix up the model, but we don't want just more for the sake of more.
Yeah.
It's got to be doing something that's addressing a different community, area, region, genre, something like that, rather than just more for the sake of more, because the broader climate can't sustain more. We're struggling to sustain what we've got, I think, is the reality.
And this may not be in your ballpark, but we mentioned the change in alcohol sales, which we've noted through the inquiry from a lot of evidence, change in behaviours, drink driving laws. There's a whole range of reasons why there'd be fewer alcohol sales. And I'll probably upset the Treasurer with this, but the issue of excise, and I think there are twice yearly increases in excise. So basically the cost of a beer over the counter now it gets steeper every year. You mentioned you like going to a pub to see live music. How much of an issue is the cost of, and I'm assuming whether you buy beer or wine or spirit, I don't know. What impact does that have on your behaviour in terms of your ability to go out and enjoy live music at a pub, like the cost of alcohol?
I mean, it's a very personal situation. I am in full-time paid employment in this point in my life. I think I'm quite privileged to have access to stability that allows me to, I do think about the finances and balance that up. But once I'm there to enjoy myself. But I also generally will be driving home. Yeah. So that's probably a more overarching thing, because I have young children that I want to be able to drop what I'm doing at any point in time to attend to them. So that's a personal situation. But I think broadly it's not news to know that people are being careful with their money. First and foremost, they need to pay their rent, and they're getting very little bang for their buck at the moment in where they're renting and what sort of services they're getting and quality of living arrangements. So we've still got to understand that we are not the first point or the priority. It's so different for everyone.
That's right. No, I appreciate that. No, in another life, I co-chair a group called the Parliamentary Friends of Australian Spirit. So we're pushing for volumetric alcohol taxation, which is a difficult journey through the Parliament. But anyway.
There's a lot of our members who have looked into it in a lot of detail. So I'm also happy to kind of share their thoughts and communicate that with the committee. But for us, our focus is primarily on the music. Yeah. And that is and
that's what I want to get for the terms of inquiry. For this inquiry is are we able to make a judgment that the cost of alcohol is having some sort of impact on the viability of live music. So the money that the government generates from the taxation it gets from alcohol sales, if it received less in taxation, and that had the indirect effect of encouraging more live music, on balance, is that a better outcome? I don't think I've got the data to be able to make that judgment, but maybe somebody does. So,
I would say that yes, I think it would have an impact, but again, it's perhaps a band-aid to a root cause.
Okay. All right, thank you. Look, what's the single most important thing we need to do? I think I've asked you this before, and I'll ask you again. We're going to be making some recommendations to the government or to the minister. What's the single most important thing they need to hear from us to ensure there's a strong live music sector in Australia?
I would say that I think the industry is desperate for you to move swiftly with implementing some of these ideas and to have your backing and support. I know there's a lot of ideas, so those ones backed by data and research, I do think we have to prioritise or commission more research to figure out, like you've just suggested with the alcohol tax and excise, to know if that's going to work, or run it as a pilot first before we take that on and roll it out en masse. I think, there's some urgency, but we also want to get it right.
All right. Look, thank you very much for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you'd like to provide, and I think you've alluded to a couple of things that you might be able to throw our way in terms of in writing, please forward those to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd November 2024. You'll be sent a copy of that transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections, and you are released and you may leave. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you so much for your time. And
we'll get right cracking. We now call representatives of Artback Northern Territory, or Artback NT. Excuse me. By way of introduction, I'm Brian Mitchell, Chair of the Committee, and I'm joined by
Susan Templeman, Member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
And for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hi everyone, my name is Evan Saunders. I'm representing multi-arts touring organisation Artback NT, and my role in the organisation is Performing Arts Manager, producing touring for performing artists.
Thank you, Mr Saunders. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. Giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. We now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish.
I haven't prepared an official opening statement, but I'd like to say that Artback NT is the peak body for touring organisations, and we're the only official performing arts touring organisation in the Northern Territory. So we cover a lot of touring to do with visual arts and performing arts across theatre, music and dance across Australia. So we tour in the Territory and we also tour interstate. We are not-for-profit, but we receive some operational funding from Creative Australia and the Northern Territory government as well. And everything that we do is usually project-based funding. So touring is dependent on us being successful in applications for funding to tour them. And we work with a range of different artists, and we tour a lot of First Nations artists as well. And we also sometimes work on programs that collaborate with overseas artists as well. So we have a production in the making at the moment with Taiwanese artists and Yolngu artists as well. So, anyway, it's great to be here and very nice to meet you, Mr Mitchell and Ms Tuppleman.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Saunders. Really looking forward to picking your brains, because the NT is just so incredibly rich culturally, and there's just, it's almost hard to discuss how rich it is. But the barriers you face in terms of particularly touring, but for people to get to the NT, very expensive. For people to get out of the NT to go tour, very expensive. What barriers has Artback NT faced when developing and engaging with live musical audiences in remote communities? I mean, what are the... I think, I don't want to prejudge, but I imagine expense is going to be a big one here. What are the key barriers that you're facing?
So many, of course. Expenses is one of the major ones. For us to tour an act, it could be 3 times as expensive as touring an act interstate across the same distance. You have lack of accommodation along the way, so you either have to book extra early, or the quality of the accommodation might not be enough for the artists you're working with. When we're working in remote touring with artists across the NT, barriers are access to equipment, support for music industry representatives. So there's so many challenges, but the benefits are really felt straight away. You can see it if you go to a music festival in the NT, in any community. The support for the acts that tour there is like Beatlemania, really. We toured a band last year called Eastern Arana Band. We're from Santa Teresa in the desert, and we took them across the NT for a 3-week tour, and they were travelling by two vehicles, and everywhere they went, everyone knew all the words of their songs. They're massive across, like, they have their own platforms and they share their own stuff, and people are just, it's crazy. The gig in Darwin, we had people dancing on the speaker stack on a Tuesday night, and it was sold out. So a lot of the challenges are access to quality music. A lot of these communities are, large percentage of the community population are artists, but many of them might be like a really prominent community that has produced a lot of great bands and stuff, but they might not even have a place for people to rehearse. And they might not have that support. If the school has equipment, some schools allow people to come in and use it as a multi-purpose place. Other schools have different policies and different resources or no resources. That the first thing is cost. The other thing is access to resources and access to seeing things and being able to share with one another. So there are some really great key festivals that do a lot of great work, and there's some great organisations in the NT that facilitate that, such as Music NT. But for us as a touring organisation, the biggest challenges are finding that the availability of funding is one. So Creative Australia is really our first port of call when we're applying for touring around Australia. And when we want to tour in the NT, I think it's even harder to get that money because, one, we're partly funded by NT government, so there's a few funding rounds that we're not eligible to apply for. So we're really limited by the amount of funding that we can apply for to do this. So there are some positive changes that are happening for our organisation in terms of some funding for next year onwards, which is great, but we'll still always be reliant on applying for funding, and if we don't get it, then the tour doesn't happen.
And so, that sort of Beatlemania you mentioned about in those remote communities where the artists are, so well known, and I can only imagine through word of mouth or through streaming platforms. I know some remote artists have terrific streaming, but I don't imagine ticket sales are a big part of the revenue model. there is no ticket sales. That is, if we're touring a bush band, for example, the concerts are free. If we're touring regionally and remotely in the NT, we don't ask for money for ticket sales. It's just for the community. And as an organisation, we don't ever make any profit on tours. We're just there to break even if we're lucky, or just to fulfil what's in the funding and be able to sort of do that. And can I just break in there, because sure. This is a fundamental difference between how live music is treated nationwide compared to probably in remote NT communities per se. Is there enough recognition within government, and not just from elected members, but from the government bureaucrats and agencies, that look, live music in remote NT is just never going to be profitable, and trying to pursue a business commercial outlook, a for-profit model, if people are trying to push that, it's just, is there an acknowledgement that that's just not going to happen, and therefore is there enough recognition that this is really about a cultural and artistic pursuit rather than a commercial pursuit?
I think for a while we've been lumped in the same categories if we're applying for funding, where that model of, okay, this is your income from, you're going to get show fees and you're going to get ticket sales, because that's the model that is in the metropolitan areas of Australia and other regional areas, but that's not the case here. I think some agencies are maybe taking notice that, yes, things are in dire dire straits and need to change. But I don't think it's ever really been addressed. Certainly not. I wouldn't say by the NT government. I'm not quite sure how they really value music, the music industry. It sort of seems that it's not really valued nearly as much as sport, for example. If they were to pour a lot more investment into the arts and see how it actually changes and empowers communities, we would have a lot of answers to some of the social problems, in my opinion, that happen in the NT, and that is purpose. It will give people greater purpose. But I definitely think the model of touring, as you mentioned, with show, ticket sales and all that, it's not a viable thing, because people often just don't have the money to pay $30 or $40 to see a huge band, and what's the reason we're doing a tour? We ask ourselves, is it to get that money back, and so that we have to think outside of that model, So I think definitely there's areas that such as East Arnhem Land where they're really looking towards tourism and are really making strides towards, Rio Tinto's been here for a while, but they're rolling back their mine, and one of their mines has been discontinued, so they're actually looking for ways to bring people into East Arnhem Land, into communities like Nhulunbuy and Yirrkala, for example, using those communities, the artists in those communities are thinking outside, they're thinking about fishing, ecotourism, and they're thinking about music, these music festivals that are happening over in East Arnhem, such as AUSParliamentLive. And Garma is also another festival that's such an important festival for many performers in the NT. They'll have dancers travelling hundreds and hundreds of kilometres just to dance, and they might not get paid much. So one of the biggest things is artists just don't get paid as well. I mean, it's the same in the NT. In Darwin and the more populated areas in Alice Springs, artists sometimes will play for free just so they can play, and they might have been professional artists that have been playing for 20 odd years. It's just, and the talent here isn't so good. It's insane. Like we've had some of the biggest acts come out of the NT. Baker Boy, Emily Warramurra, Shelley Morris. Just to mention, you could go on and on about.
I'm going to throw to Ms. Templeman, but I just want to briefly mention on the same theme is that. Places with rich cultural underpinnings that drives tourists to those places, and having, so it's a terrible term, lost leader, but if you're willing to take the loss on the revenue of providing the artistic pursuit, you'll make it up on the back end with more tourists coming in, and spending money in other ways, which I think is what you're alluding to with the East Arnhem experience there. But I'm going to throw to Ms. Templeman.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Mr. Saunders. Yeah, I was out in Garma, it's probably 15, 16 years ago now, an incredible showcase of talent. And it really highlighted for me the challenges of putting live performance on in the Territory. Just the logistical challenges, so everything you're saying makes sense. Now, you mentioned earlier that there was additional funding to the organisation coming through. Am I right in thinking that that's the multi-year Playing Australia funding, which is that new category where prior to that there was only sort of single project funding?
Yeah, that's correct. But I think it could be embargoed, so...
Yes. No, well, there we go. I saw it on the website, I think, a Creative Australia website. So check that out because, congratulations on that. Just in terms of the difference that makes not having to, what you guys are thinking about not having to apply, is to having some sort of bandwidth and not having to just go tour by tour or event by event. What difference could that make?
So that multi-year investment, for example?
Yeah.
The great thing about that is because when we tour, like next year, for example, on our program, we're scheduled to do about 6 tours, which is a lot for our organisation. in the performing arts touring, there's myself and there's my colleague who's performing arts tour coordinator who helps me with the coordination of the tour. So from that, we've got to spread out that annual funding across those 6 tours, and I've got to balance the budget according to, some touring parties might have 10 people in them, some of them might have 7 or 5. So what that allows us to do is to book the most important things first, such as travel and accommodation, but it won't be enough to contribute to the artist wages, because when we do touring, we contract people, we're paying them the award wage or above, and we're paying them their per diems, and they're under contract as employees with us, so we're paying them while they're away, so they're getting what they deserve. So yeah, we'll still have to apply through other avenues, and maybe if we can get our foot in the camp with some philanthropy foundations or something, but one of the other challenges is we just don't have that sort of concentration of those foundations in the NT. We really need to be establishing those networks elsewhere to support those tours. But what the multi-year funding will do already is it's going to allow us next year, for example, on one tour, I'm able to commit $40,000 towards a tour to get down south for 3 weeks on the road, accommodate 8 people and pay for their travel and accommodation. And another tour, I'm able to sort of set aside $30,000 to pay for that NT band to go on our top-end tour for another 2 weeks, and that will just pay for their accommodation. So, the accommodation costs a lot more. Travel costs, airfares are like extremely expensive in the NT. Qantas, Air North, Virgin, all of them are just exceedingly high prices. It's cheaper to go, sometimes cheaper to go overseas than it is to fly to Alice Springs from Darwin. That's not even an exaggeration. That's just, and to fly for community people to fly up bush is the same price as it is to fly to Sydney return sometimes. So that's what we face. So all of the money will get sucked up in that stuff, and then we'll be applying for additional funding on top of that multi-year to get wages to support the artists. Yeah.
It looks to me like you're coming to us from Darwin. And last night I know that Ripple Effect Band had I think it was their opening night of their tour in Marrickville.
Yes.
And so I know that's one example of the touring where you're trying to send NT musicians to the rest of Australia. Yeah. In terms of the models of doing touring within the NT versus the rest of the country, you must approach them that clearly they're really different models of doing it. Is it easier for you to put together a tour of sending people to other places where there's ticket sales and things versus, how does that work? How do you think about the two of them?
Good question. Yeah, and by the way, that's our tour that we've produced, that Ripple Effect Band. So yeah, they're on tour. You're right, that's the first listed gig on their tour. They played one at Phoenix Central Park the night before, which was a closed secret ballot gig, so that's why it's not on the tour promo. That touring party is 11 people in the touring party plus 3 children, so that's 14 people.
Wow.
Logistically, it's still very challenging because we have to find accommodation that can suit that bigger place in the right places in the city. Flights, we're over budget. We've overspent on flights because we had to take more people in after we received the funding. The band numbers can change due to family reasons, and we have to go with the flow. We have to go with what's happening. So the biggest challenges are, getting people around in cities with hire vehicles that can support that sort of stuff. With travel and accommodation, it's going to do that. It's a far different challenge if we're going to send this people remote in the NT. There might not even be a combination that would fit that many people. So we'd have to, maybe it could be a friend of the band's or a contact or an art centre where we could put swags down or something like that. It's but we do have standards with Artback NT when we put people on tour that the accommodation has to have like kitchen facilities, that it has to be close to transport or close to venues where possible. So all of those things we try keep to as much when we're putting artists on tour. But yeah, the challenges are massive, and when we're applying for the funding, sometimes we're putting in travel rates, and then 6 months later, when it comes to the tour, those rates have totally changed, and so we didn't apply for enough funding in that regards, and we just have to go with what we have, So it's
we should put on the record that is an all-female First Nations band from the NT who's touring.
Yes, that's the Ripple Effect band from Maningrida, and they've been touring for a few years now by themselves. They've been doing a lot of bush touring, and they've done several trips to the East Coast. They've played Marrickville twice before. This is the third time, I think, from Marrickville. They're going to be playing North Coast Social Club in a few weeks. They've played there before as well. They've gone all of these places in Victoria. Some of them are new. So this tour is really about establishing new audiences as well. But they've had some great media press, and people have been following them for a few years now. So yeah, it's a big challenge. All female touring party. We've got one. Our tour manager is a male, and he grew up with the band in Maningrida, so that's and he's son of the manager as well. So it makes sense to put him on. But otherwise, we had a female tour manager as well. So we often, with tours like this, they're really it's about supporting women and elevating not just First Nations excellence, but also elevating these women who have to work so much harder than men to just to tour. Especially for these women touring bush, it's like there's way more obstacles than there is for a bush band full of men to tour. There's cultural reasons why they can't play. Sometimes there's places that they can't gig at, and sometimes it's easier for them to go to Sydney. So it's very costly for them, but for us, we're wearing the risk for this tour, and we're just grateful to be working with great artists who themselves have worked really hard to help us get this tour on the road.
Well, it's terrific to see. And sadly, we won't be in Canberra when they're performing in Canberra.
No.
It's on a weekend, yeah.
Well,
you've talked about the costs. I've spent about 20 years of my career spending a lot of time in Darwin for work. So as a small business owner, I have forked out those horrific airfares, whether it's Qantas or Virgin. And so I have lived that just as a small business owner. It affects really every aspect of tourism. I was up in the NT on a different inquiry, and we were looking at tourism and the impact of it on tourism, for instance. Are you seeing any other sector that has managed to overcome that tyranny of distance? Is there? Because I'm struggling to see anyone who's managed to find a way to, have a model that protects them from those extreme travel costs.
No, I haven't. I haven't seen any sector that's really found that to be not too hard, not too bad. I mean, we have people still come to Darwin even though it's more expensive to holiday here. So there's something about this place, and something about the top end, something about all of the NT that is either on people's bucket list, or if they've been here before, they keep coming back. So there's something unique and beautifully welcoming about this place. I mean, it's such a welcoming city, Darwin, by itself. Darwin Festival every year still sells out shows, whereas some of the other festivals down south are really struggling. So it does seem like, before the arts industry is always supporting tourism and economic development, but the funding is being slashed, constantly slashed. So it's not sustainable. Like the collapse that we're seeing with major festivals in East Coast and around Australia, I mean, sooner or later, I hope it doesn't catch up and happen up here, but it's definitely already affected ticket sales up here. We see people aren't going to shows as much, that's for sure. Live music scenes, definitely. I'm a musician as well, performing artist myself, so I notice it firsthand as well. And I think government could definitely think a bit more carefully. I'm probably talking about the NT government, especially here. They could think a bit more carefully about investing in these sectors when there are so many so many artists living in the NT and festivals, and it's a festival territory, you know, like that should be on a number plate, you know. I know South Australia got that on their number plate, festival state, but NT, you know, like we're an outdoor environment, so there's always something happening outdoors, you know, most of the year except for the wet season. Then everyone crowds into those smaller places while it's monsoon's on. But yeah, I really hope we get treated a bit similar to how they invest with AFL and football and other things. I mean, like, everyone knows how hard it is. I mean, we just saw NBL team from Darwin, NBL 1 team, Salties, you know, they had to leave the league, and they were near the top of the ladder for the last few seasons and one of the most exciting teams, but it just was, the costs were just too expensive to bear. They had to pay for interstate teams to come to Darwin to play rounds, you know, so it was, I think, you know, distance is obviously the biggest thing.
Can I just, one last question? You talked about the social benefits of touring, of live music and performance in remote communities, the challenges, but also the social benefits that come from it and the connection that it creates. I'm just wondering about economic benefits that might flow to communities. Is that quantifiable, given there's not ticket sales and the like, or is the benefit primarily a societal benefit?
No, I would say there's a benefit. I mean, some of these festivals will still, for non-Indigenous people, often, you know, they'll be buying tickets, you know, Barunga Festival, Gama, etc. One of my colleagues who is from Yadakala, Arian Pearson, who's also a producer as well and a filmmaker, has asked me to share a few sort of points about economic development.
Great.
So I'm just going to read some of his points that he's given me.
Yeah, fabulous.
And he's saying Aboriginal artists and Indigenous-led organisations can create significant economic benefits for local communities, particularly in remote and regional areas. These ventures provide employment, training, skills development opportunities, fostering economic resilience and self-sufficiency. Indigenous tourism and live music events attract both domestic and international audiences, driving local spending and boosting the economy through associated industries such as hospitality, retail and accommodation. So, you know, it's the broader, in some of these bigger towns like Nhulunbuy, where they have that sort of social infrastructure like motels and all of that they can support some of those larger numbers of tourism. More camping festivals like Barunga are different, where people set up tents, of course, you know, but it flows onto the whole community, and there's more Indigenous businesses starting up and more ecotourism thought about in some of these communities. So Arian, such as himself, is going to be moving into fishing charters and fishing tourism, and that's some of the just one of the many things that can happen in places in Arnhem Land. But it's definitely, it's not just about ticket sales, that's for sure. I mean, you know, it's an all-rounder sort of thing. The more people you can get to these festivals where the community wants, I mean, the community's got to want it to be to bring people in as well. You know, there are some festivals that are just for community and they might not necessarily want tourism or be able to sustain visitors, you know. But there's lots of beautiful little communities that have got great accommodation, and it could be in the middle of nowhere and you just didn't expect it, and you get there and it's beautiful accommodation that people can hire and book online, you know, through the art centres or through other corporations or organisations. Some of them are on homelands as well, you know. So I think it's definitely something that can be growing in the NT, that's for sure.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And yeah, it must be getting humid up there, but you enjoy those beautiful sunsets.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. I bet you miss it. Yeah, thank you.
We'll break in a minute, but I just wanted to end off with saying I caught up with some of the Netflix people this week, and they're talking about their new show, Territory, which is streaming on Netflix. And I'm pretty sure they've got a second season booked. Very good show, but I did mention that it didn't really show much of the Territory's cultural richness. And I think there's a real opportunity there for, but whether it's yourself or others in the NT to see whether they can fit some NT cultural experience into that show. Because I think it shows like that, I mean, it just opens up the Territory to a global audience, and people will look at those landscapes and go, book me a flight. I mean, just amazing. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can, I mean, it'd be great if we could get the business sector on board and some of these giants like Qantas and Virgin to give everyone a break and reduce the prices a bit, so then it would make it more feasible, or even just some local discounts would be something really appreciated for people just even trying to get to families.
100%. Look, why Qantas, which has NT in its name, has not entered into some sort of sponsorship with the NT government to offer, as part of that sponsorship, cheaper fares to and from the NT and use that as a marketing thing, escapes me, but people paid a lot more money than me to come up with these ideas. Is there anything else, Mr. Saunders? If there's one recommendation you think we should be making to the Minister to ensure that live music has a strong future in Australia, and particularly the NT, what's the single most important thing you want us to be saying to the Minister?
Yeah, I would say there needs to be some support for businesses to access some special funding that they can contribute towards these events, for some of these major festivals, and for the promoters that are putting on, taking the risks and bringing bigger acts to the NT. I think it would be more affordable and a bit more appealing also for acts to tour the NT that way. The other one is definitely we need more support for remote and regional artists to apply outside of the grant system, because the grant system is only accessible to people that might have English as first language, can write and read really well, or where they can get help from an arts centre, for example, if they live in remote, to apply for these funds. That would be one of my recommendations in opening up more valuable funding for the Territory, given our vast distances inland, our lower population. So that's funding available from that the government can afford to chip in. I think more federal help would be much appreciated, and just investing in the arts like we do sport is really something that would could really just change places like the NT, Alice Springs, Darwin, everywhere in between.
Thank you. And here I'm literally 2 seconds after me giving that sledge to Qantas, they send me a text saying my flight this afternoon's been cancelled. I'm sure it's a coincidence. I'm sure it's not related. Look, Mr. Saunders, thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you'd like to provide, please forward this to the Secretary by Friday the 22nd of November 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you may suggest corrections. So thank you for everything you're doing. It's just terrific. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, everyone. Appreciate it.
See you.
Now we are breaking for a short break for lunch, and we're back at 12:45.
The next witnesses are here and they're coming in person. So do we want to keep going through?
Oh, okay.
What's the suggestion?
The next witnesses are here. They're in person.
Let's do it.
Let's do that then.
Yeah,
all right.
Only got them
Yeah, so we won't break.
They are last week.
If they're here.
Yeah.
All right.
So I was trying to...
Great. So Millie's here. And Kristen.
Okay, can you
change
run
of
down
plan.
Fantastic. Yes, that's great.
They're here in
It'll mean
person.
we can get away earlier.
It will. It is terrific.
Because we've just told people that we're coming back at 12:45,
But we can say we've decided to come back earlier.
Yeah, well, I'm still broadcasting, so we're still.
Excellent. Great.
Literally after, like 1 second after I said that, I got a text saying,
my goodness.
That's just gone live, that comment.
so much for Chairman's Lounge privileges, yeah.
If you can bring that up, that'd be fantastic. Thanks. Bye.
It's very funny.
You have a comfortable place to wait.
Eh? Oh,
Okay.
And
We're just going to get them now.
I've got an all-day festival.
Broadcast is still going.
Yes.
That's all right. That's all right. You wouldn't mind. People enjoy listening to some ridiculous banter.
Yes. You just say we're suspending.
We're just say we're suspended.
Oh, we're suspended, okay.
We're
Okay, we're on.
We're
Yeah.
live now.
All right, now. Okay, so we're back on live. I now call representatives of Music Australia by way of and Creative Australia. By way of introduction, I am Brian Mitchell, Chair of the committee, and I'll ask our other members to identify themselves.
Susan Templeman, Member for Macquarie and Special Envoy for the Arts.
And we may be joined by Ms Libby Coker, Member for Corangamite, but she's not with us just yet. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Absolutely. My name is Dr. Kristen Cornell. I'm here as Research Fellow and Manager of Research Partnerships at Creative Australia.
Thank you.
And I'm Millie Milgate, the Director of Music Australia.
Thank you both. As these proceedings are public, they are being broadcast and recorded by Hansard. If you wish to have evidence heard in private, please let the committee know and we will consider your request. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I wish to advise you this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament, and giving false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. If you object to answering a question, please state the reasons for your objection and the committee will consider the matter. And we now invite you to make opening statements if you wish.
We were happy just to go straight into questions, to be
into it.
honest.
Oh, gee,
Yeah.
we put the acid back on us then. Thank you so much. Phew. Right, okay. We're going to throw to Ms Templeman.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, well, look, it is great to have you here to add some insights to the things we've been collecting over a period of time. And actually, I think it might be really useful if we could get on the record an explanation of how Music Australia fits in with Creative Australia. Yeah. That might be a good starting point.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think we're all aware that on the 30th of January 23, the Prime Minister and the Arts Minister announced the new cultural policy. And within that, there was a move to incorporate some new entities within Creative Australia. One was First Nations First, the Creative Workplaces, Music Australia, and coming soon is Writers Australia. So we've been set up with our own appropriations of funding within the construct of Creative Australia, which in some ways, when I tried to describe it to my parents, I explained that we're a little startup in a big engine that's been doing it for a while, but we're certainly charged with, I guess, additional abilities to invest. So, predominantly there's still the element of grant giving and those grant processes that Creative Australia have such a robust history with. But there's also, I guess, an attempt to modernise the way that we're engaging with the commercial sector in particular and how we might go about different types of investments over the course of, the period, and really looking at areas of the music industry and particular focus on the contemporary music industry, what that might look like and what kind of support measures could be introduced that really haven't happened before. We have our own council. We have an 8-member council, and the chair of Creative Australia the CEO of Creative Australia is the chair of the Music Australia Council. And the council are made up of a real variety of different industry members with vast experience across all areas, including live music, but certainly from artist management through to working in record labels, working on festivals, and there's the really crucial element of having artists. So 3 of the council members are artists as well. I mean, I would never just say just artists with the people that are on there. They do so much more as well, but certainly having that input has been incredibly valuable. So they're an advice-giving council. They provide the best advice to us, and we certainly take that on when devising our investments and programs. But in terms of our relationship within Creative Australia, we very much work hand in glove with all areas of that organisation. So, from the initial phone calls that are coming in, we're certainly working very closely with the Artist Services team at the front line, going through the grants with the assessment team, designing any programs that we make is really a highly involved process with number of partners. The assessment team are crucial in terms of how we've been able to manage those internal grants. I've got Kristen with me as part of the research team, and I think we've just been doing so much together. I sometimes forget that they're not just working for Music Australia, because research has been such a pivotal element of what we've needed to do. And similarly, government affairs, finance, investment. So it's really great structure, I think, to have all of those elements working to help Music Australia on its way. I think, yeah.
And so can we come to some of that research and the sound check too? And can you talk us through, what that research is and what it's showing?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to hand to Kristen for this one.
Okay. So in April this year, we published Soundcheck 1, which was, we didn't realise it would be Soundcheck 1. We thought that this was the research report that we would put out on music festivals. It was an action in Revive and given to us. And we worked very closely with the Australian Festivals Association in that report. By the time it came out, there were multiple festival cancellations around the country, but also in Western Europe and North America. And we had a lot of kind of sector consultations with music festival organisers and promoters, and it became apparent that it would be really helpful to get some further data for 2024 at that point, but to go into in further detail some of the financials and the financial challenges that the music festival organisers were clearly facing. So we had this opportunity to survey them again, and this time we had even a greater response rate. The first time for our first survey was 51, and in the second it was 74 music festivals responded to that survey and gave us data that we frankly probably wouldn't have asked for first time round, but we had such a close relationship with the sector at that point that we could ask these questions about their financials. And one of the benefits in that report was we could take another step. Having done a big kind of scope and scale report on music festivals, which was our first ever national kind of look at the sector in that way, this time we could identify that there are different types of music festivals, and those challenges that are facing festivals play out differently, as well as the opportunities for the different types of festivals. So we could then kind of break all of these findings and all the responses to the various questions up into the large commercial festivals, 20,000 plus attendance, and see that the characteristics of those festivals is that they're often multi-day events and they have paid staff. Then we had small commercial festivals, more likely to be a single-day event, and a far larger percentage of Australian acts, in fact largely Australian acts for those small commercial festivals. And then we had large not-for-profits, again 20,000 plus. Those are more likely to be multi-day events and to have had quite a significant longevity, to have been around for quite a long time. And then, sorry?
And very regional.
And more likely to be regional, absolutely. And then small not-for-profits, 20,000 or less. There are some actually government-run festivals that have more than 20,000 people, but a lot of the other characteristics were shared among that type with the small not-for-profits. And then touring festivals, which of course are a commercial model, but they had very particular characteristics. They're the most dependent on box office and very high stakes for the commercial festivals and a lot of international acts. So they were facing a lot of these challenges around the exchange rate. And yes, like I say, a lot of the challenges that we were mapping out, we could see how they varied across those types, which is quite useful. But it was also interesting to see through that analysis that there would be no one intervention that could address all of those concerns for the whole ecology.
You say that.
I'll let you pick up, Chair.
Just very briefly out of that, did you find a sweet spot? Like out of all that analysis, was there something you thought, oh, here's this is where we should focus our attention, because this is what works really well out of all that?
Yes. We found that while a lot of the challenges were varied, something we could see quite clearly was that the commercial festivals were suffering the most from increasing insurance costs and user pays policing. So that would be one thing that you could address if you wanted to address their concerns.
And was that in New South Wales in particular? Because we've heard evidence that they charge the most for the cops.
Yeah, we have a separate section where we look at the impacts of user pays policing. We look at the cost per policeman and then the number required, and New South Wales is most negatively affected. But that issue of commercial festivals suffering from the increasing insurance costs as well as user pays policing was national. Okay. But another thing, the kind of fundamental finding, actually, of all of this project was that the changes in ticketing purchasing behaviour was affecting all festivals. Not-for-profit, some of them are non-ticketed, recognise that, but across this relatively uneven landscape, this was something we needed to better understand, is why are people buying tickets later, precisely at this time when consumers are more likely to delay their purchasing of tickets, is the time when festivals, especially commercial festivals, need to ensure that they've kind of got really strong box office earlier on. So we came out of that realising that's what we need to understand, is changing consumer behaviour, and that was part of the genesis of this other music research project, which we're calling our music engagement study, which if you're interested we can talk about further.
Yes, we are definitely interested. So is that being
I think
completed?
the lesson is every time we do research, we need to do more research. I think that it's sort of really showing, the questions that it brings up become more acute.
What's called music engagement? What?
We're calling it the music engagement study.
And is that,
we're going to need something punchier by the time it comes out in March next year.
Has the work been done and you're collating it now, or?
Yeah, we're in the midst of it. We have some data. We're still making sense of it. Yeah. This research project has multiple components. There's a big literature review because there's a lot of work that's already been done in this area, but there's a lot underway. And so we're in dialogue with colleagues in the sector, other researchers such as even The Push, who I know you've spoken with about their poll, ensuring that we incorporate all of those existing findings in our project and use that as our base, and then we build upon that.
Give me a brief summary of what is the music engagement study?
Okay, it's looking at discoverability, how Australians are discovering or are able to discover music. It's looking at changing consumer patterns, how they're buying music. Are they purchasing premium subscriptions? Are they buying vinyl? And then third and lastly, it's looking at motivations and barriers for attendance at live events. And we think that a better understanding of all of this will be fundamental to understanding some of those other questions around music festivals, but also venues and the broader ecology.
I want to very briefly come back to Soundcheck 2. You released Soundcheck Original in April 2024. When was Soundcheck 2 released?
September 11, actually. September this year.
September 2024. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just my notes. So Ms. Templeman?
You're happy to come back to me?
Absolutely, always happy to come back to you.
Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see that research when it comes out, because this discussion about changing behaviour, I'm interested in knowing which demographics is it changing in most. And we've had conversations about the behaviour of 35-year-olds versus the behaviour of 18-year-olds and those first experiences of live music. Is your research looking at just music festivals or live music more broadly?
The music engagement study is live music, but also listening, streaming, and consumption.
Right back, really, isn't it? Like, I think we initially started to think we need to know what's happening in live music, and I think it became really apparent that it's not really enough to know about that in isolation without knowing how are they even engaging with music, full stop. So we really wanted to understand, everyday Australians, what is your relationship with music? And so this is a Nielsen sample of 60,000. So really getting in everyone, how are you engaging? So we're understanding that. Then we want to understand deeper than that, what does that look like? And in particular, and what Music Australia is absolutely wanting to know, you might be interested in music, and we're currently sitting as 10th in the world as a music nation. How much of it is international and how much of it is Australian? And that split's really fascinating, and it also plays out into their experiences with live. So it's really trying to understand, how are they discovering it? So where are they hearing it? Is it on TikTok? Is it on Spotify? Is it because they've just watched the latest Netflix show? Is it through word of mouth from friends? Are they still listening to radio, digital radio? All of the ways that you might discover and learn it. Then how are you consuming it? So what sort of frequency? What's your fiscal relationship? So are you prepared to pay for a premium streaming service? Are you buying vinyl? Are you buying merchandise? More and more artists are creating opportunities to have a direct relationship with their fans. Are you paying for that Patreon? So what's your willingness to invest? And again, at each of these points, we want to know, is it Australian music that you're hearing and listening to, or is it international? Do you even know? You know, I think there's elements where you don't know that incredible track I just listened to was Fisher, or it was Dom Dollar, or I don't know. And for some people, they may not care. So we're trying to understand that relationship, and then it leads into what's your participation engagement with live music. Because if you're not really engaging at this point, why would you be seeking out live? And I guess some of those changes when it comes to younger people that, you know, have had a different, you know, relationship and introduction, you know, due to the pandemic, due to all sorts of changes, we're really trying to get very granular on what that's showing us.
Have you got historic qualitative information to compare this with that goes to some of those fundamental questions, such as consumption of foreign as opposed, or international rather, as opposed to domestic music?
In terms of historical, I think we could start to look at all kinds of things in terms of Australian position on the charts. Australians, you know, were earning from record sales. So we haven't done in that regard. But, I mean, we're also looking at an overlay of what current day charts are telling us.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, because the difficulty there,
it is.
The difficulty there will be that, you know, in the past we could make assumptions on that based on Billboard and all the charts and ARIA and everything. But now, because people's consumption of media has changed,
it's so fragmented.
It's just so different
and very personalised.
How do you draw assumptions? Yeah.
No, and I don't think you go.
Sorry, another thing that's different, which is interesting, is that streaming charts show you what people are listening to, whereas the old charts used to show you what people were buying. So streaming charts will have the Beatles and AC/DC like listed in the top 100 acts of.
But it's also, you know, you used to buy a record or you'd buy a CD, you know, that got charted as a sale. You might put it, you know, in a really beautiful case, and it might really look good on a first date to show what you're interested in. But that doesn't mean you've streamed it or listened to it X amount of times. Yeah. Whereas now, I guess you're looking. So the entire landscape is changed fundamentally. So I think that even if we had that data, I don't know that it would necessarily give us exactly apples for apples in that context, but it's
and look, I've reflected on this a lot throughout this inquiry. In the 80s, when I was listening to live music in pubs, it was because my alternative was a cassette tape or what I'd recorded off the radio on
interrupting it every time.
Yeah, that's right. So the quality of music that I could listen to, even driving in my car, was pretty terrible. So to hear the music as it should be heard live was your best option, because even if you had a record player or a cassette, you didn't have great speakers. I mean, some people may have, but the average Joe didn't.
I don't think people now could even tell you about sound quality.
They're
only hearing it on their personal phone devices.
That's right.
Which, you know, admittedly is getting better. But it's not, you know, it's not that sonic experience in the same way.
No, so I think but I think now if you're driving in your car listening to something you're streaming, you can turn it up as loud as you want. You can, you know, if you're into the sound, you can alter the you know, you can feel that bass and all those sorts of things depending on your preference. But we couldn't do any of that without being live in person. So I can see why there'd be a big potentially a shift. You're not being driven just to hear it actually performed with quality, because you can kind of get that with modern equipment. But then, of course, you're not getting that experience, that shared experience of listening to live music and all the other things that brings.
Benefits that come from being with a community, with a...
Yeah.
There's also choice. I mean, there's just... I think, you know, we had fewer choices back then, so there was more sharing because of fewer choice. Now there's a glut of choice, and you know, I try and make sense of Apple Music, and that, you know, you used to have like 5 genres to choose from, and now there's like 30, and trying to find
the choice is overwhelming and somewhat paralysing as well. Like, I think you know, you get to the point where, you know, it used to be that in every given week a certain amount of music was released, and it was only released in Australia. Like, it was territory by territory. So what came out that week, all the radio pluggers would go to the radio and go, here's the latest, you know, Johnny Farnham track, here's the latest of this track. You'd be competing with international repertoire as well. But it was very finite amount that was coming out in that week. then you move forward and all of a sudden, what are we up to? 100, 120, 1,000 tracks on Spotify coming out so frequently, but then that gets culminated with everything that's ever been released ever before.
Yeah.
So, new discoveries of Fleetwood Mac and the Beatles and the Stones and all these, which is fantastic music. You can't begrudge anyone for listening to it, but it just makes it that much harder for young, emerging new artists to break through.
And I was speaking previously about the disappearance of the street press. You had the street press, you had critics that you trusted who were talking about new live acts playing. They'd review them, so you want to go see them. They'd talk about new music coming out. There was this sense of you knowing what to expect. Now it's just this mess.
Everywhere,
Anyway, sorry.
And all of that is just so challenging for Australian musicians to get heard and to get a following. Can I ask you about is there anything else you want to add about the research?
I could answer your question about the demographics a little more, I think. So, like I said, the research has multiple components. In addition to the literature review, we're starting with this nationally representative sample of Australians that we've purchased from Nielsen, so it's market research, and it's got all these questions in it about relationships to music, but we can kind of cross-tab them with all of the other questions around how people feel about the use of mobile phone and demographics, obviously. And then we are generating new data through a partnership with industry Untitled Group, who are festival organisers and promoters, are working with us to distribute a survey to their really significantly sized networks of people who we're seeing as music engaged people or kind of early adopters of new models. So this is a way of then saying, okay, so we've got the nationally representative sample. What about those who might show us the way for how people are taking on how they're engaging with music? We've got extremely good response rates from those surveys, enough that we can then cut that for all of the different age groups. We knew that it was going to be predominantly young. 70% is the kind of average sample from these, the average proportion from our responses so far are young, 18 to 24. But we have enough of a response from those other age groups to also look at how these early adopters in other age categories are responding. That survey has gone beyond the Untitled groups, though. We've also distributed it through the Push and their networks. We've distributed it through the the youth media, the Daily Oz, and through Music Australia and other networks.
And I've made sure that Generation X is being covered on Facebook.
Millie sent it to
there's
some
a few
Facebook
key
groups.
Facebook groups, so I really want their input as well.
And then in addition, we have focus groups, and we've worked with the Push to create some focus groups that are, again, music engaged young people, but we have other focus groups as well with different generations, Gen X, Gen Y, culturally diverse. There are 9 focus groups in all.
Yeah.
And we've also purchased a subscription to a platform called Viberate that gives you access to streaming rates. It's not the only one. We're also aware of Luminate, and there are some publicly available figures there. So you can see how Australians are streaming, what they're streaming. And so we're going to pull all of these different data sets together to be able to talk about Australians in general, to be able to talk about music engaged Australians, and to be able to cut it for different age groups with a focus on these young people.
So one of the data sets you just mentioned was Luminate, and they presented at a show music conference in September in Singapore, and the data was looking at the top 10,000 artists streaming share by country of origin. And so for Australia, Australian audiences are streaming and listening to 9.2 Australian. It's only 9.2%.
Less than 10%.
5% is Canadian, 16.6% is UK, and 61.2% is from the US.
But see, and I reckon, this is completely gut feeling. This is why I asked before about the historical comparisons. I don't think that would have changed much in 50 years. I mean, when you think of the Stones and the Beatles and Elvis and Neil Diamond and whatever it is. I mean, I think we've had we talk about Chisel and Akadaka and, and In Excess and others, but I think Australians have always had that massive predisposition to international acts. I'm not saying it's a good thing, and it'd be great if we could get more Aussie talent up, and Aussie talent is certainly, as always, going international. But it'd be fascinating to know whether.
To that degree.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I reckon.
I think there's a research what's the name of the title? Which, if you're happy, I can submit after the Tim Kelly research, the Take the Pressure Down, and that's really looked at the charts and looked at where, I think Australians have been, and there's considerable drop-off. Yeah, there is. I'm happy to supply that data.
That would be really interesting. Really interesting, just to give us some sort of sense of it. Can I ask you about more than a one-night stand sessions and that program, which I know is, I think in July it was announced?
It was announced in July and took place in September. And it was really the ABC and Triple J approached Music Australia about would we be interested in getting involved, and certainly a festival that was happening in a regional area for young people was always going to be of interest. I guess rather than just participating and contributing financially to the running of the event, we really saw what could this look like if there were capacity building and skills development and professional activity that wrapped around it. I think you have these events that they come into town and it's just clearly just one night and then everything goes. So we thought, here's a real opportunity to try and do more with that event. So we brought in a number of partners. In the end, it ended up being about 14 music industry bodies, and they ran some signature programs. So the push kicked things off. They put a call out for young people to be part of an events team. So 15 young people worked for about 2.5 months before the event, learning occupational health and safety, what goes into putting on an event, what do you need to look for. And then on the day, they shadowed Triple J and crew. So they really got that hands-on experience on the event. Crew Care have done a couple of iterations of a traineeship with the Victorian government. Really great results there. We engaged them to run a small version of it, just 4 trainees. One was put in sound, one with video, one with audio. We've since learnt 2 of them have now got full-time work out of that experience. These are young people from the Warrnambool area, and they were brought in beforehand, again, learning everything they needed to go before taking, their role on site, and really looked after by the suppliers and the companies that were engaged to run the festival. Then on the day, the VMDO and Music Victoria coordinated the communications and centralised opportunities for one-on-one meetings with people that registered and all the organisations. On the evening of the Thursday night, the Live and Local program, which is the live music office, had a relationship with Warrnambool Council, and so they had 70 people from the region come in and really look and map what's happening in Warrnambool, what already exists, what live music venues are already here, and it'll be the beginnings of what they'll start to then draw a music plan for that for Warrnambool. That will run for 12 months. So it was really just the starting point for the Live Music Office to kick off their program. You also had the independent labels presented a panel on, pathways to running a label and self-released artists. AAM had an in conversation between 2 of the artists, Watson and Psycho, interviewed each other on songwriting, and then APRA AMCOS did a suite of their events. So they again did they did the in conversation with the artists. They had a Songmakers in Schools, which the Victorian government have invested in, but they did a school holidays version as part of More Than a One Night Stand, and a songwriting academy as well. So it was really just this, what does it look like when all these orgs come together, which hadn't been done. And I think already they're now independent of Music Australia planning some activity in Tamworth. We also had Kennel and Co came in as First Nations consultants to make sure there was representation and ran a panel of their own. But it was just a really incredible opportunity to just see, you can have these events and they're great, but how do you then really leverage them to show what else is out there? On the actual day, all of those orgs had a stand, so it became like this village music expo, and people on the ground, whether young people by themselves or, families were there, parents could come and learn more about a career path. So I think it was, for Music Australia, a really good way to just show some existing organisations how they could partner together. But I think anything that we do, you want to get bang for your buck. These events shouldn't be happening in isolation. And if any learning experiences can happen from real life living events, there's nothing quite like it. And the feedback that we're receiving from the participants has been great. So for a first time,
Can I just ask, So it says that tickets for the festival sold out in less than 24 hours, and I think that was a press release. And so all inquiry we've been hearing, young people aren't buying tickets; they're buying them late. Cost of, what were the tickets selling for?
So it was. I think they ended up. Was it 10?
$10?
10 or 25. God, I should know this off the top of my head.
And how many?
Really? So 18,000 ended up going.
18,000 in 24 hours?
In less than 24 hours.
And so I imagine it must have had pretty heavy airplay on Triple J to flog them.
Well, but, you ask some critics, they'll tell you Triple J's not moving the dial anymore. So there's something up with that, right? So I think...
I mean, what
I think there's a hunger and an appetite.
Well, when you talk about feedback, have you drilled down into how did that happen? How did you shift 18,000 tickets to 24 hours?
I don't have the feedback on the actual participation in the concert, but I also think we're talking about a regional area as well, and I think one of the stats that I was absolutely amazed when Triple J announced that they were coming back with the one night stand, we learnt that there were 2,057 entries from participants wanting to have it in their town. And so it wasn't as simple as matter of, I'm Brian and I'd like it in my city. You really had to already have spoken with the council, but it just demonstrated there's an appetite there and a desire. And I think, this was certainly, it was an ABC presented, so they could keep the ticket price at a much lower than commercial level. But it still just showed young people want this kind of engagement. They want the opportunities.
And they're willing to spend, whether it's $10 or $20, but I mean, and I don't want to sound crass about the money on this, because I think there's much more to this than just financial returns. But do you know whether this, if this was a business, would this have broken even or made a profit?
There's no way it could have.
No. Okay, so
no, that was a subsidised initiative,
okay.
And it, I would imagine it, engaging community, engaging young people. But no, on the math alone, not a chance.
Yeah.
Can I? It's wonderful hearing about things that are happening regionally. What I've noticed through the course of this inquiry is there hasn't been a big focus on where a huge population is in Western Sydney. Is that something from a live music perspective that has come up for you guys? Is it obviously in terms of the research? I don't know whether you're determining whether people are Sydney, eastern parts of Sydney, like the inner west, versus that, those millions of people in the outer west or further west. I'm just curious. We've certainly heard evidence of a big focus on regions. But
nothing we've done's broken it down to that degree.
No, and I wonder, some of the survey responses that we've received from the music engagement study, like I say, they're great enough that we will be able to do some geographic breakdowns. When we're doing research at Creative Australia, we always have a concern for national representation. We want to ensure that we're providing data across the country. We have, though, been innovating, not specifically in this project, but with different definitions, so to look at not just cities and regions, but outer cities. There have been a few research projects where we've looked at inner city, kind of suburban areas, and then regional areas, as well as looking at inner regional and outer regional, because we're conscious of those distinctions between living in a greater city. It doesn't necessarily give you a view on the various experiences for what that might mean.
No, and I haven't even touched on peri-urban, where you've that in between the city and region, and you're sort of in a no man's
land. There's definitely incredible stuff going on. I think, For East Sydney is currently taking place. If I had our engagement manager Naz with us, she could rattle off, in a heartbeat, 30 artists that are just absolutely incredible. So there's definitely movement. I think there's been, and certain genres as well, like just coming out of there. So
and
I think
it's Naz's networks in places like Western Sydney that have also helped in our distribution of the survey. Naz has been able to get the survey through to.
So, and I think we see the talent coming out of there, but it's then really having an understanding of the audience participation that there is, or the others who choose not to be the performer on stage, but who are actively engaging as audiences.
Community. Communities are going to be so much a big part of our, strategy to to grow a market. Like you need to come back, whether that's right back to grassroots, communities that can evolve through community radio, communities that evolve through scenes and through, I guess, again, different genres. Like it is so important to have that. And I think live music, in the time I was growing up and booking live venues, it was all about the communities of different audiences. You could, I booked a venue in Sydney for a number of years, and, you wouldn't know that the night before was all shoegazing and the next night was like, it makes those scenes. And I think there's an element of, how do we come back to that as well? How do you build communities? And I think it will be a feature of Music Australia's policy. I know, we want to look at community music hubs, but I think, whilst we're talking, big festivals and big picture, we're going to have to come back down to the grassroots. We're going to have to look at music education in schools. You're starting a lot of it again. No. And none of this can be, when we really look at things, it is such an intertwined ecology. You cannot take one part out in isolation and fix it. Yeah. The fixing it is kind of, you have to look at how all the, elements of our industry play together and have very, parallel and simultaneous strategies at the top end of town and what you might be doing here with big commercial companies, which is equally as valid as what's happening here at grassroots.
Ecosystems been a term that's been
yeah.
used a lot.
Yeah.
We've heard that a lot this inquiry.
Can I run through some of the things that have been put to us and just get your feedback?
Briefly, you wouldn't mind. Yeah.
Yep, sure. A live music tax offset, as that's been proposed by APRA AMCOS.
Yes.
Thoughts?
I think it's absolutely something that should be considered. I think when you look at the role offsets have played in screen industries now in games, and there's, the idea of offsets as well, it's the people that are doing it. So it's unlike grants where it's, competitively contested and very subjective. This is rewarding people that are putting their own money in. If you're the venue and you are presenting live music, and if you're the artist and you're expending touring costs and your accommodation and you're investing, I think there's a lot to be gained from looking at that model. I need a buzzer.
Yeah, that's
yes,
right.
Yes, to tax offsets.
Great. Next one.
I've had a message from Qantas on an earlier flight. So
okay.
I'm on a deadline.
Next one, a grant program similar to Great Southern Nights, live and local.
At a federal level?
It's been put forward as a potential.
Yeah, I mean, I think it worked. I think, it's a different element, I guess, in that it's come with a destination tourism arm, and there's interesting components about that because you're looking at moving visitation. I think the two should be working closer together. I think the role that tourism plays in visitation is really key, and it is incredible that they are using music as a driver. No one wants to stop that. I think it needs to be a lot more coordinated with arts and with other grant giving, and if you can bolster the two together, I think we're in for a really incredibly great opportunity in that respect.
Great. A $1 levy on arena shows of more than 5,000 audience members to fund grassroots music venues and events.
I think it's worth looking at. I think the devil would be in the detail on how that would come through and how it then, got managed. But I think, again, if you can keep it really simple and clean, that it's, only going to grassroots venues, but what does that look like? I think you'd have to spend a lot of time on its execution, but I'd be yes for it. I would be in favour of it.
And would there be a potential role that Music Australia could play in that design?
Oh, we'd certainly be happy to be part of the design and administering. I know the ALMBC's been working a lot in this space, and I think for what they do and the members that they represent, they're really well placed to do it, but we'd certainly be able to partner and help them.
There's been a suggestion of a culture pass.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing, Italy, France, Germany, really good results. And to the point where the introduction of the pass has encouraged people to attend more live events, and it's affected their overall recorded music value. So they're seeing local artists and it's driving other areas of the business. I think that's, the passes, yes. I'm just going to say yes to that one.
Is there any other scheme that you guys have had?
One of
thoughts about?
I was thinking was, I guess, similar to a cultural pass, but maybe where you can get a bit more definitive, because you could have these pass schemes. You really don't know how many people are going to take it up or use it. Whereas I did think if it was a festival that could offer a discounted rate to people under 25, the audience would have to buy the ticket, and the reconciling wouldn't happen till after the festival, but they get a rebate on the difference. So they could come to us at the end and go, hey, we had an additional 400 people that wouldn't have come. Those people have now been on site, hopefully, bought a drink, bought something to eat, fall in love with a new band and bought a T-shirt. So that's all really great on-ground income for the festival. And then we would rebate the difference, so they're not out of pocket for the discount. So I think that could be something.
And that's targeted at
really targeted. I think
25.
festivals, whether that could work at local venues, but that was one that just came to me after reading the very first soundcheck report. One of the other findings we found in terms of the barriers to going to live music is, cost of living generally, then access. But one of the third was this idea of they had no one to go with. It's
in the list. Not sure if it's but it's definitely really in the list.
And that to me was like, well, what if there was 2-for-1s? So you're encouraging people that otherwise wouldn't come. So maybe that kind of thing. But again, all about it, I think there needs to be, yes, you want to look at granting and certainly investment into artists, into venues, but this idea of demand-driven strategies and audience development, that you can't do them in isolation. There has to be equal much attention given to that.
And my very last question is just about round insurance, because that's emerged as a big issue. And one proposal was around self-insurance or a discretionary mutual insurance sort of model. I just wondered if you've done any work on that or have a view.
So we're investing in a study. Do you want to talk about this one a little more?
So this was pitched to us. It came from the sector, an organisation called FEAT, that is a kind of... they're an organisation from the music sector that works in the sustainability space, got together with Bloom insurance brokers, and pitched to us a study into the explanations for increasing insurance costs, particularly looking at our Soundcheck 2. Why is it that the large commercials, festivals, have incredible increases in insurance costs, but not the not-for-profits? To answer that question, but also to come at this question of a mutual, and to test the viability of alternative insurance models such as that.
How long does that work?
We expect a report early next year.
Okay. Right.
Fabulous. That's been done.
Well done. Thank you,
Chair.
I was going to just... You're sounding very much more positive than I got the sense of when we spoke to you last. Are you more upbeat now than when we last spoke? Or
I'd like to think I'm a relatively positive person most of the time. There has been some really great news with shows selling out. We saw Hub sold out like in 15 minutes. The results for Laneway are awesome. Party in the Paddock. Like, we are seeing
some green shoots
these shows. Absolutely, and I think we've got an incredible sector. They are so resilient. They're doing a lot of work. It is really hard. We don't for 1 minute dispute how hard it is, but I think people are working through it and are finding solutions, are working together. I think the more collaborative people can be, a lot of conversation. So,
terrific. Yeah. Nice note to end on.
Yeah.
Look, thank you both for coming and speaking to us today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, or if there's anything else you'd like to provide, please forward that to the Secretariat by Friday the 22nd of November 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, which may suggest corrections. And there being no further witnesses scheduled, I ask that a member move that the committee stand adjourned.
So moved.
So applied. We are adjourned, and thank you very much for coming and for coming.